Good evening, my tired dumplings. Tonight you're stepping into the quiet rhythms of colonial Virginia in the 1730s and 1740s, when a tall, red-haired boy named George Washington learned the habits that would shape a nation. This is not a story of battles or declarations. This is the story of mornings at Ferry Farm, lessons copied by candlelight, and the weight of a surveyor's chain across young shoulders. The Rappahannock River moves like liquid pewter in the early light. You watch it from the window of a modest house perched above the water, where the air smells of wood smoke and damp earth. This is Ferry Farm in King George County, Virginia, and you are 11 years old. Your name is George Washington, though nobody calls you that yet with any particular reverence. You're simply the eldest surviving son of Augustine Washington, a tobacco planter who died when you were 11, leaving you with more questions than inheritance. The rooster does not wait for your readiness. His voice cracks the silence at first light, and you swing your legs out of bed before your mind fully registers the cold. The floorboards are winter-hard beneath your bare feet. February in Virginia means frost on the inside of the window panes, little continents of ice that will melt by mid-morning but reform each night like clockwork. You dress in the dim light without wasting candle tallow. Breeches first, then the linen shirt that your mother washed and pressed 3 days ago. The fabric still holds a faint scent of lye soap and the rosemary she grows near the kitchen door. Your stockings are wool, darned at the heel by your own hand because your mother believes idle fingers are the devil's playground. The stitching is crooked but functional. Nobody will see it inside your shoes anyway. The house is already stirring. You hear your mother's footsteps on the floor below, the particular rhythm of her morning routine. Betty Washington is awake before everyone else, always. She moves through the house like a general inspecting troops, though she would never use such language. She's a widow now, managing 400 acres and 6 children with the kind of determination that does not announce itself in grand speeches. You descend the narrow staircase, avoiding the third step that creaks. This is habit now, not stealth. You simply know the house the way you know your own breathing. The main room downstairs serves as kitchen, dining area, and evening gathering space all at once. The fireplace dominates one wall, already crackling with the fire your mother built while you were still tangled in your quilt. She glances up as you enter. Her face is framed by a white cap, and her expression is neither warm nor cold. She simply sees you, registers your presence, and returns to slicing yesterday's bread. This is how mornings work at Ferry Farm. Affection is not performed. It lives in the bread she baked, the fire she built, the stockings she inspected for holes. You take your place at the long table. Your younger brothers will appear soon, drawn by the smell of cornmeal mush bubbling in the iron pot. Your sister Betty will help serve, moving with the efficient grace your mother has trained into all her daughters. But for now you have 3 minutes of quiet, and you use them to look out the window at the river. The Rappahannock is 400 yards wide here, too deep to ford except at specific crossings. Your father operated the ferry before he died, and now your half-brother Lawrence manages the business from his estate at Little Hunting Creek. The ferry itself is a flat-bottomed scow that hauls tobacco barrels, livestock, and occasional travellers across the current. You know every plank of that vessel. You have caulked its seams with oakum and pine tar. You have poled it across in summer and watched ice floes scrape its hull in winter. The river teaches patience. It moves at its own speed, indifferent to human schedules. You cannot hurry water. You cannot negotiate with a current. These are facts you absorb without anyone speaking them aloud. Your mother sets a wooden bowl before you. Cornmeal mush with a small pat of butter melting into a golden pool at the centre. You eat slowly, making the warmth last. The mush is thick and slightly grainy, flavoured with salt and the faint sweetness of molasses. This is not a household that wastes sugar or spices on breakfast. Your brother Samuel appears, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He's 9 years old and still believes that mornings are negotiable. Your mother disabuses him of this notion with a single glance. He takes his seat without complaint. After breakfast, you have chores. This is not remarkable. Every boy in Virginia has chores, but your chores are specific, tailored to teach you something beyond the immediate task. Your mother does not explain this philosophy. She simply assigns work and expects completion. Today you are splitting kindling. The woodpile behind the house is your responsibility, and you approach it with the hatchet your father left behind. The handle is smooth from years of use, darker where hands gripped it most often. You set a length of pine on the chopping block and study the grain. Wood splits easiest along its natural lines. Force it against the grain, and you will exhaust yourself for nothing. You raise the hatchet and bring it down in one clean motion. The wood separates with a satisfying crack. You stack the pieces in the kindling basket, working with steady rhythm. There is something calming about repetitive work. The way your body finds its pattern and your mind drifts free. You think about the mathematics lesson your mother assigned yesterday. She's teaching you from a book called The Young Man's Companion, which contains practical instruction in arithmetic, geometry, and measurement. The problems are not abstract. They involve calculating acreage, converting currency, and determining the volume of grain storage. Your mother believes education should be useful, not ornamental. The kindling basket fills. You carry it inside and stack it neatly beside the hearth. Your mother nods approval without pausing her work at the spinning wheel. The wheel's hum is another constant sound at Ferry Farm, like the river's movement and the wind through the pines. You return outside. The morning is brightening now, the frost beginning its slow retreat. You can see your breath in the air, small clouds that vanish as quickly as they form. The chickens need feeding, so you scatter dried corn from the wooden bucket kept in the barn. The hens converge with their bobbing mechanical gait, pecking at the kernels with single-minded focus. One hen is broody, sitting on her nest with ruffled feathers and suspicious eyes. You leave her alone. Your mother says broody hens are like stubborn men. They cannot be reasoned with, only accommodated. The barn smells of hay and horse sweat and old leather. Your family owns 3 horses, which is modest for a planter household, but sufficient for necessary work. You check their water trough and find it crusted with ice. You break the surface with the wooden handle of the grain scoop, then refill the trough from the well bucket. The horses drink with long, slow pulls, their breath steaming in the cold air. You're tall for your age, already approaching 6 feet, and your hands are large enough to handle adult tools. This is both advantage and burden. People expect more from you because your body suggests capability. Your mother certainly does. She assigns you work that would normally fall to a grown man, and you complete it without complaint because complaining achieves nothing. By mid-morning, the sun has burned away the frost. You return to the house to find your mother laying out your lesson materials. She's not a formally educated woman, but she reads competently and calculates with precision. She teaches you the way she learned, through repetition and practical application. Today's lesson involves copying maxims from the rules of civility and decent behaviour in company and conversation. This book contains 110 rules for proper conduct, and your mother believes memorising them will shape your character. You're sceptical. Rules about where to place your hands during conversation seem irrelevant when you're splitting kindling and feeding chickens. But you copy them anyway, forming each letter with careful precision. Your handwriting is improving. It no longer looks like a spider fell in the inkwell and staggered across the page. Your mother says clear handwriting reflects clear thinking, which may or may not be true, but you have learned not to argue with her maxims. Rule number 1 states, every action done in company ought to be with some sign of respect to those that are present. You copy this in your neatest script, then pause to consider what it means. Respect in company. You think about the adults you encounter at church, at the ferry landing, in the tobacco fields. Respect seems to involve listening more than speaking, and standing straight, and not fidgeting with your hat. You copy 10 rules before your hand cramps. Your mother allows a brief rest, which you spend staring out the window at the river. A small boat is crossing, probably someone from Fredericksburg heading to the farms on this side. The ferryman poles with steady strokes, reading the current like you read handwriting, understanding where the water wants to go and working with it rather than against it. This is February of 1743. You're 11 years old. Your father has been dead less than a year, and the shape of your future is still uncertain. Your half-brother Lawrence has suggested you might join the Royal Navy, which sounds adventurous until you learn that naval midshipmen sleep in hammocks and eat weevil-infested biscuits. Your mother opposes this plan with quiet ferocity. For now, your life is this: mornings at Ferry Farm, lessons in practical subjects, chores that teach responsibility, and the constant presence of the Rappahannock River, moving with patient inevitability toward the Chesapeake Bay. The parlour at Ferry Farm is not grand. It contains a table, several chairs, a small writing desk, and a shelf of books that your father accumulated over the years. The books are mostly practical volumes about agriculture, surveying, and legal matters. There is one volume of plays by Joseph Addison which seems out of place among the utilitarian texts, but which your father apparently enjoyed. You sit at the writing desk with the afternoon light slanting through the window. Your mother has assigned you mathematical problems from the young man's companion, and you work through them with methodical focus. The problems involve calculating the area of irregular plots of land, which requires breaking complex shapes into triangles and rectangles, then adding the components. You draw diagrams in the margin of your paper, visualizing the plots as geometric forms. This kind of thinking comes naturally to you. You understand spatial relationships instinctively, the way some people understand music or language. When you look at a field, you can estimate its acreage with reasonable accuracy. When you observe a building, you can guess its dimensions. This skill will prove useful in ways you cannot yet imagine. But for now, it is simply how your mind works, nothing remarkable or special. Your younger brother, John Augustine, enters the parlour, looking for something to do. He is 7 years old and finds sitting still nearly impossible. Your mother calls him Jack to distinguish him from the numerous other Johns in the family network. He hovers near your desk, watching you draw triangles and write calculations. You ignore him at first, hoping he will lose interest. He does not. He begins humming a tuneless melody that makes concentration difficult. You set down your quill and turn to face him. He grins, knowing he has succeeded in gaining your attention. You consider several responses, then settle on the simplest. You hand him a spare piece of paper and a pencil stub. You show him how to draw a square, then a triangle, then a circle. He attempts each shape with varying degrees of success. His circle looks more like a potato, but he seems pleased with it. You return to your calculations. Jack continues drawing beside you, creating an entire landscape of irregular geometric forms. Your mother appears in the doorway, observes the scene for a moment, then retreats without comment. This is her way. She watches more than she speaks, correcting only when absolutely necessary. The mathematics lesson occupies 2 hours. By the time you complete the assigned problems, your fingers are stained with ink and your neck aches from bending over the desk. You stand and stretch, hearing your spine pop in 3 places. Growing tall has its disadvantages. You're forever bumping your head on low doorways and feeling cramped in small spaces. You walk outside to clear your mind. The afternoon is bright and cold, with high clouds streaming overhead like pulled cotton. The wind carries the scent of wood smoke from neighbouring farms. You can identify at least 3 separate fires by smell, each burning different wood. Oak produces a clean, sharp scent. Pine is sweeter. The Johnsons down the road burn mostly cedar, which has a distinct resinous quality. You walk down to the ferry landing, where the Rappahannock laps at the muddy bank. The water is chocolate brown today, thick with sediment from recent rains upstream. You can see Fredericksburg on the far side, its buildings clustered along the waterfront. The town is growing, adding new warehouses and shops to serve the tobacco trade. Your father had business interests in Fredericksburg. He owned shares in the Principio Iron Works, which operated furnaces in Maryland and Virginia. After his death, these shares passed to your older half-brothers, who managed the family's larger financial concerns. You receive a small allowance from the estate, enough for shoes and paper, but nothing that would be called wealth. This is fine. You're learning that wealth matters less than skill, and skill comes from practice. You practice mathematics, you practice handwriting, you practice splitting wood in clean, efficient strokes. Each skill builds on the previous one, creating a foundation you cannot yet see, but which exists nonetheless. You return to the house as the sun begins its descent. Evening comes early in February, and your mother likes the household settled before full dark. Your sisters are preparing supper, cutting vegetables and stirring the pot that hangs over the fire. The smell of cooking beans and salted pork fills the room. You take your place at the table. Your siblings gather in order of the age, which places you at one end and baby Charles at the other. Your mother serves from the iron pot, ladling portions into wooden bowls. The food is simple but sufficient. Nobody goes hungry at Ferry Farm, though nobody feasts either. After supper, there is a brief period of leisure. Your mother reads aloud from the Bible, choosing a passage from Proverbs. Her voice is steady and clear, and you half listen while whittling a small piece of pine into a rough whistle. The wood curls away from your knife in thin ribbons, gathering at your feet like miniature scrolls. The passage is about diligence and sloth, which seems to be your mother's favourite theme. She believes idleness breeds vice, and she structures the household to prevent any idle moments. Even this evening reading serves a purpose, combining moral instruction with literacy practice. You finish the whistle and test it. The sound is shrill and off-key, but it works. Jack immediately wants one, so you find another piece of pine and begin carving. Your hands know the work now, and you can shape the whistle while your mind wanders to other thoughts. You think about your half-brother Lawrence, who lives at his plantation called Epsosasson, later renamed Mount Vernon. Lawrence is 14 years older than you, educated in England, and carries himself with the confidence of someone who knows his place in the world. He served as a captain in the colonial forces during the War of Jenkins' Ear, which sounds more dramatic than it apparently was. Lawrence has suggested that you might pursue surveying as a profession. He knows several professional surveyors, including William Fairfax, whose son George. William is Lawrence's close friend. Surveying combines outdoor work with mathematical precision, which seems suited to your particular combination of skills. You're intrigued by this possibility. Surveying means travelling to wild lands, measuring boundaries, and creating maps that bring order to wilderness. It also pays well. A good surveyor can earn enough to purchase land, and land is the foundation of wealth in Virginia. But surveying requires training. You need to learn how to use specialised instruments like the circumferentor and the surveyor's chain. You need to understand how to calculate angles and distances, how to account for terrain variations, and how to keep accurate field notes. These are not skills you can teach yourself from books. Lawrence has promised to arrange an apprenticeship when you are older. For now, you continue your general education, building the mathematical foundation that will make surveying instruction easier to absorb. You finish Jack's whistle and hand it to him. He blows it enthusiastically, producing a sound that makes the dog's ears flatten. Your mother gives you a look that suggests this gift was perhaps not your wisest decision. You shrug with careful innocence. The evening ends with more copying. Your mother assigns another 10 maxims from the rules of civility, and you transcribe them by candlelight. The candle's flame wavers in draughts that slip through cracks in the walls. You shield the paper with one hand while writing with the other, forming letters that grow smaller and more cramped as your eyes tire. Rule 23 states, when you see a crime punished, you may be inwardly pleased, but always show pity to the suffering offender. You copy this mechanically, too tired to analyse its meaning. You will think about it later when your mind is fresher. Your mother finally releases you to bed. You climb the narrow stairs, grateful for the promise of sleep. Your room is cold, but you have extra quilts, and you burrow beneath them like an animal seeking hibernation. The last thing you hear before sleep claims you is the wind outside and the distant sound of the river, constant and indifferent, moving through the winter darkness toward morning. Spring arrives in increments. First comes the subtle warming of the air, then the greening of grass along the riverbank, then the explosive blooming of dogwoods that turn the forest edge into clouds of white. You are 13 now, taller than most grown men, and your mother has stopped trying to find clothes that fit properly. You wear your shirts with the sleeves rolled up and your breeches hemmed higher than fashion would prefer. Lawrence has made good on his promise. He has arranged for you to spend time with a surveyor named James Genn, who works in the northern neck of Virginia mapping property boundaries for Lord Fairfax. This is not formal apprenticeship yet, but it is observation, which is the first step toward learning. You meet Mr. Genn on a bright April morning. He is a compact man with sun-weathered skin and hands that are permanently stained with soil and ink. He carries his instruments in a wooden case strapped to his back and walks with the ground-covering stride of someone who measures distance in miles rather than yards. He looks you up and down with an appraising eye. You're conscious of your height, your overlarge hands, your general awkwardness, but he simply nods and gestures for you to follow. You walk together into the woods beyond Ferry Farm. The forest here is mixed hardwoods, mostly oak and hickory, with an understory of dogwood and redbud. The ground is soft with leaf mould and your boots sink slightly with each step. Genn moves through the terrain with practiced ease, reading the land like you read books. He stops at a property corner marked by a pile of stones. This is how boundaries are designated in the wilderness, with cairns or blazed trees or iron stakes driven deep into the earth. Genn kneels beside the marker and removes a notebook from his coat pocket. He makes a quick sketch of the location, noting nearby landmarks. You watch in silence. He has not spoken beyond the initial greeting, and you sense that questions would be unwelcome. So you simply observe, noting how he orients himself, how he counts paces between markers, how he uses the sun's position to determine direction. After an hour of walking and note-taking, he finally addresses you directly. He asks if you can calculate distance by counting steps. You admit you have never tried. He tells you to walk 100 paces, keeping your stride natural, while he measures the actual distance with his chain. You walk, counting carefully. Your legs are long, and your natural stride covers more ground than average. When you reach 100 paces, Gen checks his measurement. Your 100 steps have covered approximately 260 feet, which means each pace is roughly 2 feet 7 inches. He tells you to remember this number. Once you know your pace length, you can estimate distances by walking and counting. It is less precise than using a chain, but useful for rough calculations. You spend the rest of the morning walking property lines and counting paces. Gen moves with purpose, checking markers and updating his notes. You follow, absorbing the rhythm of the work. It is physically demanding but not unpleasant. You're outdoors, moving through varied terrain, using your mind to solve spatial problems. By midday your legs ache and your throat is dry. Gen leads you to a small creek where you both drink from cupped hands. The water is cold and tastes of minerals and leaf tannin. You splash some on your face, washing away the dust and sweat. Gen unwraps a packet of bread and dried meat, which he shares without ceremony. You eat sitting on a fallen log, listening to the creek's burble and the distant call of a crow. This is companionable silence, not awkward. Gen seems comfortable without constant conversation, and so are you. After lunch, he shows you his circumferentor. This is a compass mounted on a flat brass plate with sighting vanes that allow precise angle measurement. The device is beautiful in its simplicity, every component serving a clear function. Gen explains how it works, demonstrating the process of taking bearings between landmarks. You hold the instrument carefully, feeling its weight and balance. The compass needle quivers with each tiny movement, seeking magnetic north with patient insistence. You sight along the vanes toward a distinctive oak tree, then read the angle on the brass scale. Gen checks your reading and nods approval. The afternoon proceeds with more practical demonstrations. Gen shows you how to use the surveyor's chain, a 66-foot length of iron links used for precise distance measurement. The chain is heavy and cumbersome, requiring 2 people for efficient use. One person holds the forward end while the other keeps it taut and records the measurement. You practice on level ground first, learning how to keep the chain straight and avoid snagging it on undergrowth. Gen is patient but exacting. He corrects your technique without criticism, simply showing you the proper method and expecting you to replicate it. By late afternoon, your shoulders ache from carrying the chain, and your hands are marked with red impressions from the iron links. But you are learning. You can feel knowledge accumulating like sediment, layer upon layer, building a foundation for future understanding. Gen walks you back to Ferry Farm as the sun descends. He speaks little, but as you part he tells you that you have aptitude. This is high praise coming from a man who uses words sparingly. You thank him and watch as he continues down the road toward his next assignment. Your mother is waiting when you enter the house. She does not ask about your day. She simply observes your muddy boots and scratched hands and nods, satisfied that you have worked rather than idled. That night you copy more maxims from the rules of civility, but your mind keeps returning to the forest, the weight of the circumferentor, the satisfying precision of the surveyor's chain. You have found something that engages both your physical strength and your mental capabilities. This is rare. Most work requires one or the other, but surveying demands both. You blow out your candle and lie in the darkness, thinking about boundary lines running through wilderness, about the mathematical beauty of right angles and precise measurements, about the satisfaction of bringing order to unmapped land. Sleep comes easily. Your body is tired from walking miles through rough terrain. Your mind is tired from concentrating on new information. It is a good tired, the kind that comes from purposeful work rather than mere exhaustion. You're 15 now, and surveying has progressed from observation to participation. Lawrence has secured you more time with James Gen, and you have begun keeping your own field notes. Your handwriting has improved dramatically out of necessity. Field notes must be legible and precise, since they form the legal record of property boundaries. You carry a leather-bound notebook and a pencil in your coat pocket. The notebook is already filling with sketches and calculations, diagrams of property corners and notes about terrain features. You have developed your own shorthand for common observations, abbreviations that let you record information quickly while standing in muddy fields. Today you are surveying a tract of bottomland along a Coatink Creek. The property belongs to a planter who wants his boundaries formally documented before selling a portion to his neighbour. This is typical work for a surveyor in colonial Virginia. Land is constantly being bought, sold, divided and disputed. Clear boundaries prevent conflicts. Gen has brought you because the job requires two people to handle the chain efficiently. You are the chain bearer, responsible for keeping the forward end taut and marking each chain length with a wooden stake. Gen handles the rear end and keeps the official notes. The work is methodical. You start at a known corner marker, then run a line north according to the property deed. Gen takes a bearing with his circumferentor, sighting along the intended direction. You walk forward, pulling the chain taut, until you reach its full 66-foot length. You plant a stake, Gen records one chain in his notes, and you repeat the process. The ground is uneven, which complicates the measurement. A chain pulled over rising terrain will measure short, since the actual ground distance is longer than the straight line distance. Gen teaches you to account for this by taking slope measurements and applying correction factors. You learn by doing. Gen demonstrates a technique once, then expects you to replicate it. There is no coddling, no excessive explanation. If you make a mistake, he shows you the correct method and you try again. This suits your temperament. You prefer clear instruction over elaborate theory. By midday, you have run 3 property lines and planted dozens of stakes. Your arms ache from repeatedly pulling the heavy chain taut. Your legs are scratched from pushing through brambles, but the work is satisfying. You can see progress accumulating, each measured chain adding to the total. Gen allows a brief rest for lunch. You sit beside the creek and eat bread and cheese, while watching water striders skate across the surface. The insects move with impossible delicacy, their feet dimpling the water without breaking through. You wonder about the physics of this, the balance of weight and surface tension. Gen notices your attention and mentions that he once surveyed a mill pond and had to account for seasonal water level changes when mapping the shore. Boundaries that follow water lines are particularly tricky, since water moves. The legal boundary is typically the mean high water mark, but determining that requires observation over time. You file this information away for future reference. Every conversation with Gen contains some practical detail, some piece of knowledge earned through experience. He is teaching you by simply including you in his work, letting you absorb the accumulated wisdom of years in the field. The afternoon brings a complication. You reach a property corner that should be marked by an iron stake, but the stake is missing. Someone has removed it, either deliberately or accidentally. This creates a problem. Without the corner marker, you cannot verify that previous surveys were accurate. Gen examines the area carefully. He looks for disturbed soil, nearby reference trees, any evidence of the original marker's location. He checks the old survey notes, which describe the corner as being 7 chains from a particular white oak tree. You locate the oak, measure 7 chains in the specified direction, and Gen confirms this matches the property deed description. You plant a new iron stake at what should be the correct location, but Gen notes in his record that the original marker was missing, and this is a replacement based on deed measurements. This is important legal documentation. If a dispute arises later, the notes will show that proper procedure was followed. Surveying is not just about measuring land, it is about creating reliable records that will endure for decades. By late afternoon, the job is complete. You have measured all 4 boundaries, marked corners, and created a detailed plat showing the property's shape and acreage. Gen calculates the total area using geometric formulas, breaking the irregular plot into triangles and adding their areas. You watch him work following the calculations. The property contains 173 acres, give or take a few square chains. This precision matters. The owner is selling 60 acres, so knowing the exact total is essential for a fair division. Gen pays you for the day's work. It is not much, but it is your own money, earned through skill and effort. You fold the coins carefully into your pocket, feeling their weight against your leg as you walk home. That evening you transcribe the day's rough notes into clean format, creating a permanent record of the survey. This is painstaking work, requiring absolute accuracy. You check each number twice, compare your sketches to your measurements, and write in your neatest hand. Your mother observes this process with silent approval. She values precision and thorough record keeping. These are habits that extend beyond surveying into all aspects of life. A person who keeps accurate accounts, who documents decisions, who maintains clear records is a person who can be trusted. You finish the transcription and set your notebook aside. Your hands are cramped from writing, but the work is done properly. You have created something permanent, a record that could be referenced years from now by people you will never meet. This feels important, though you cannot articulate exactly why. You are 15 years old, measuring land in the Virginia wilderness, but you're also creating a foundation. Every chain pulled taut, every angle measured, every note transcribed is adding to a structure you cannot yet see, but which exists nonetheless. Winter returns, as it always does, bringing shortened days and long evenings. The surveying work slows during the coldest months, since frozen ground makes it difficult to plant stakes, and snow obscures boundary markers. You use this forced pause to deepen your theoretical knowledge. Your mother has obtained a copy of The Complete Surveyor by William Laybourne, a comprehensive text on surveying mathematics and techniques. The book is dense and technical, filled with geometric proofs and trigonometric calculations. You work through it systematically, one chapter at a time, solving the practice problems and checking your answers against the solutions provided. You study by candlelight in the parlour, while your siblings play quiet games near the fire. The house is never silent in the evenings. There is always the crackle of burning wood, the murmur of conversation, the occasional thump of a dropped toy. But you have learned to concentrate despite background noise. The mathematics in Laybourne's text is challenging but not impossible. You already understand basic geometry from your earlier studies. The surveying problems simply apply these principles to practical situations. How do you calculate the area of a pentagon-shaped field? Break it into triangles, calculate each triangle's area, and sum the results. How do you determine the height of a tree without climbing it? Use similar triangles and proportional reasoning. You work through problem after problem, filling pages with calculations and diagrams. Your pencil scratches across the paper in steady rhythm. When you reach a particularly difficult problem, you pause and think it through, sometimes for 10 or 15 minutes before attempting a solution. Your mother occasionally glances over your shoulder, though she cannot follow the mathematics. She simply checks that you are working, not daydreaming. Satisfied, she returns to her own tasks. Some evenings, you copy passages from surveying manuals into your notebook, creating your own reference text. This serves double purpose. It reinforces the information through repetition, and it gives you a personal resource to consult in the field. Your copied notes eventually fill an entire notebook, organised by topic with a careful index at the front. You also practice making fair copies of survey plats. A plat is a drawn map of a surveyed property, showing boundaries, corners, acreage, and important features. These must be clear and accurate since they become part of legal records. You practice drawing straight lines, perfect circles for compass roses, and neat lettering for labels. Your drafting skills improve through repetition. You learn to use a straight edge efficiently, to keep ink lines consistent in width, to space letters evenly. These are small details, but they accumulate into professional-looking work. On some evenings, Lawrence visits from Mount Vernon. He brings news from the wider world and discusses practical matters with your mother. You listen while continuing your work, absorbing information about tobacco prices, political developments, and social connections. Lawrence has become a member of the House of Burgesses, representing Fairfax County. He describes the legislative sessions with dry humour, noting the endless debates over minutiae and the theatrical posturing of certain delegates, but he also takes the work seriously. The House of Burgesses makes decisions that affect thousands of people. That responsibility deserves respect. You are struck by Lawrence's balance of cynicism and commitment. He sees the flaws in political systems but participates anyway, believing that engaged citizens can improve governance incrementally. This seems like a reasonable philosophy. Perfect systems do not exist, but functional ones can be built through patient effort. These evening conversations are your window into adult concerns. You learn about land speculation, colonial administration, relations with the mother country, and the complex web of family connections that structures Virginia society. The Washingtons are minor gentry, respectable, but not wealthy. Your advancement will depend on skill and connections rather than inherited fortune. This is fine. You are learning skills that are marketable. Good surveyors are always in demand, especially as settlement pushes westward into unmapped territory. The frontier needs boundaries, property lines, legal clarity. You can provide that. Some nights you practice with your circumferentor, taking bearings on various objects around the house and calculating angles. Your mother tolerates this activity as long as you do not disturb your siblings' sleep. You sight along the vanes toward the fireplace, then toward the window, then toward the door, carefully reading each bearing and recording it in your notebook. You are teaching yourself to visualize angles instinctively. When you look at a room, you can estimate its dimensions and orientation. When you walk through a field, you can guess the direction to true north within a few degrees. These are practical skills that will save time in the field. You also study Lord Fairfax's land grants and property descriptions, learning the legal language of deeds and surveys. The language is formulaic but precise. A typical description might read, beginning at a white oak marked with 3 chops on the north side, thence running north 45 degrees east for 20 chains to an iron stake, thence south 30 degrees east for 15 chains to a pile of stones. Each element is specific and verifiable. You practice writing similar descriptions based on imaginary surveys, developing fluency in the conventional language. This feels tedious sometimes, but you understand its importance. Clear legal descriptions prevent boundary disputes. Ambiguous language leads to conflict. The winter evenings pass in this manner. Study, practice, observation, and occasional conversation. Your mind is accumulating knowledge like a reservoir filling with runoff. Not all of it seems immediately useful, but you trust that it will prove valuable eventually. Your mother sometimes reads aloud while you work. She favours passages from the Bible, or from improving literature that emphasises moral development. You half listen while calculating triangular areas, your mind splitting attention between the text and your problems. One evening she reads from Proverbs chapter 22 verse 29. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. She pauses after this passage, letting it settle in the silence. You look up from your calculations. She's watching you with an expression you cannot quite read. Then she returns to her reading without comment. The message is clear enough. Diligence leads to opportunity. Skill earns recognition. These are not guarantees, but they are better than relying on luck or charm. You return to your mathematics, working through another problem about calculating irregular acreage. The candlelight flickers as a draft moves through the room. Outside, the winter wind rattles the shutters. But the house is warm, and your mind is engaged, and this is enough. Chapter 6. The Frost and the Compass. You're 16 now, and Lord Fairfax has commissioned a survey of his lands in the Shenandoah Valley. This is significant work. Fairfax owns more than 5 million acres in the northern neck, stretching from the Potomac to the Blue Ridge Mountains. Much of this territory has never been properly surveyed. Squatters occupy some tracts, boundaries are disputed, and the accurate extent of Fairfax's holdings is uncertain. George William Fairfax, Lawrence's friend and Lord Fairfax's cousin, has invited you to join the surveying party. This is partly courtesy to Lawrence and partly recognition of your developing skills. You will not lead the survey, but you will participate as an assistant, gaining invaluable experience in wilderness surveying. You prepare for the expedition with careful attention. You pack spare clothing, a bedroll, a notebook and pencils, your circumferentor and basic provisions. Your mother inspects your gear with critical eye, adding items you'd forgotten, extra stockings, a second shirt, a packet of needles and thread for repairs. She does not express worry about your safety, at least not aloud, but she packs your things with particular care, folding each item precisely. You understand what this means without discussion. The surveying party assembles at Belvoir, the Fairfax estate on the Potomac. Besides yourself, the group includes George William Fairfax, James Genn as chief surveyor, and several chain bearers and axemen to clear sight lines through dense forest. You set out on a cold March morning. The journey west crosses the Blue Ridge at Ashby's Gap, following Indian paths that wind through mountain passes. The terrain is dramatically different from the Tidewater region. Here the land heaves itself into ridges and valleys, covered with oak and hickory forests so dense that sunlight barely reaches the ground. You ride a borrowed horse, a sturdy mare accustomed to rough trails. Your long legs mean your feet nearly drag the ground, but the horse is patient with your inexpert riding. You have ridden before, but not extensively. This journey will provide practice. The first night you camp beside a creek in a narrow valley. The surveying party sets up tents and builds a large fire against the March chill. You help gather firewood, stacking logs near the flames to dry before burning. Green wood produces more smoke than heat, a fact you learned from experience at Ferry Farm. George William Fairfax proves to be good company. He is educated, well-travelled, and treats you as an equal despite the age difference. He asks about your surveying studies and listens to your responses with genuine interest. This is different from the condescension you sometimes encounter from gentlemen who view you as a backwoods boy with delusions of competence. The conversation around the fire ranges across various topics: politics, land speculation, agricultural techniques, and the chronic labour shortage that plagues Virginia planters. You listen more than you speak, absorbing information and perspectives. One of the axemen plays a fiddle, poorly but enthusiastically. The music is more rhythm than melody, but it provides cheerful background noise. Someone produces a jug of rum, which circulates among the adults. You decline when it reaches you. Alcohol impairs judgment, and you prefer to keep your wits sharp. The night is cold and clear. Stars blaze overhead in patterns you have learned from navigational texts. Polaris sits above the northern horizon, nearly motionless while other stars wheel around it. You could find north by the stars if necessary, though the compass is more reliable. You sleep fitfully, unused to sleeping on the ground despite your bedroll. Every small noise jerks you toward wakefulness. The forest at night is far from silent. Owls hunt with eerie calls. Small animals rustle through underbrush. The creek murmurs its constant song. Morning comes cold and grey. Frost coats every surface, turning the landscape into a temporary crystal palace. Your breath steams in the air as you help pack the camp. Your muscles are stiff from yesterday's riding and sleeping on hard ground. You move carefully, working out the soreness. The surveying begins in earnest. Gen leads the party to a marked corner of Fairfax's holdings, checking it against the deed description. From this known point you will run boundary lines according to the grant specifications, marking corners and noting terrain features. The work is demanding. The terrain is steep and rocky, covered with dense vegetation. Sight lines must be cleared by axemen before the chain can be run. This slows progress to perhaps 3 or 4 chains per hour when the land is particularly rough. You serve as forward chain bearer, which means pushing through undergrowth, climbing over fallen logs, and wading through icy streams while keeping the chain taut. Your hands grow numb despite leather gloves. Your legs are scratched by thorns and brambles, but you persist, understanding that this is simply the nature of the work. Gen takes regular compass bearings to maintain the correct direction. In dense forest, it is easy to drift offline. The compass provides constant correction, bringing the survey back to true north. At midday, you reach a ridge crest and pause for rest. The view westward is spectacular. Valley after valley recedes into blue distance, each ridge slightly paler than the one before. This is wilderness, barely touched by European settlement. Somewhere in those valleys, Indian hunting parties move silently through the forest, but you see no sign of human presence beyond your own party. George William Fairfax points toward a distant valley. That land is technically part of Lord Fairfax's grant, but no survey has ever mapped it. It could contain 100,000 acres or twice that. Nobody knows until someone measures it. This is why surveyors matter. Until land is measured and mapped, it exists in legal ambiguity. The survey transforms abstract space into property, wilderness into commodity. You are part of this transformation, though you do not think in such grand terms. You simply measure and record, chain by chain, creating clarity from confusion. The afternoon brings rain, cold and penetrating. You work through it, since stopping means wasted time. The rain makes the chain slippery and turns the ground into mud. Your boots sink with each step. Water runs down your neck despite your coat collar. By evening you are thoroughly soaked and deeply cold. The party makes camp early, building large fires to dry clothing and warm bodies. You stand close to the flames, steam rising from your wet coat. Gradually, feeling returns to your fingers and toes. Someone produces a pot and makes stew from dried meat and beans. The food is simple but warming. You eat 2 bowls, refueling after a day of hard physical work. That night, exhaustion overrides discomfort. You sleep deeply despite the hard ground and the intermittent rain that drips through the tent seams. The survey continues for 10 more days. Each day follows the same pattern. Rise cold, work hard, make incremental progress, camp exhausted. You learn to read terrain, anticipate difficulties, and work efficiently despite challenging conditions. You also learn to live in wilderness without amenities. You wash in freezing streams. You sleep in damp clothes. You accept discomfort as temporary and manageable. These are valuable lessons. Physical hardship is largely mental. If you can tolerate discomfort without complaint, you can accomplish tasks that break people who expect constant comfort. By the time the survey concludes, you have helped measure several thousand acres of mountain land. Your field notes document the work in detail, creating a record that will guide future surveys of the region. The return journey to Belvoir feels shorter, though the distance is identical. Familiarity makes any route seem less daunting. You recognize landmarks, remember campsites, and navigate with growing confidence. When you finally reach Ferry Farm again, your mother inspects you with clinical attention. You're thinner, scratched, and bear the weathered look of someone who has spent weeks outdoors. She nods satisfaction and directs you to wash and change clothes. That night, you transcribe your field notes into permanent records, working late by candlelight. The survey is not complete until the notes are properly documented. You write carefully, creating clear plats and accurate descriptions. When you finally close your notebook and extinguish the candle, you feel a quiet satisfaction. You have completed significant work under difficult conditions. You have proven yourself capable in ways that matter. This is progress. Chapter 7. The Young Man's Ledger. You are 17 years old and something has shifted. The awkward boy who split kindling at Ferry Farm has become a young man who commands surveying parties and negotiates fees with landowners. Your voice has deepened. Your height has stabilized at 6 feet 2 inches. Your hands are large and capable, marked with scars from chains and axes and brambles. You have established yourself as a professional surveyor. Lord Fairfax has appointed you official surveyor for Culpeper County, a position that brings both steady work and social standing. You earn fees for each survey, typically charging by the acre plus expenses. The income is substantial, especially for someone your age. You maintain careful financial records in a leather-bound ledger. Every fee received, every expense paid, every transaction is documented in your precise handwriting. The ledger is not just a record. It is a tool for understanding your business, tracking profitability, and planning future investment. Your entries are models of clarity. March 12th, 1749. Surveyed 400 acres for Mr. John Patterson. Fee received £2, 6 shillings. Nothing ambiguous or vague, just facts, dates, and numbers. This attention to financial detail is unusual for someone your age, but it comes naturally. You understand that money represents accumulated work. Every shilling you earn corresponds to hours spent pulling chain through rough country. Wasting money means wasting the work that produced it. You have begun purchasing land with your surveying income. Small parcels at first, chosen for location and potential value rather than current productivity. You are building an estate piece by piece, transforming surveying fees into permanent assets. Your mother approves of this strategy without saying so explicitly. She simply observes your ledger entries and nods. Land is security. Land is legacy. Land cannot be easily stolen or lost. You continue living at Ferry Farm despite your professional success. This is partly economy and partly preference. You have no desire for independent living yet. Ferry Farm provides structure, family connection, and a base for your surveying work. But your relationship with the household has changed. You're no longer simply one of Betty Washington's children. You're a working professional who contributes financially and makes independent decisions. Your mother still manages the domestic sphere, but she does not presume to direct your professional choices. Some evenings you discuss business matters with her. She has sharp instincts about property values and local politics. Her advice is practical and unsentimental. She tells you which landowners pay promptly and which require repeated reminders. She notes when tobacco prices rise or fall, since this affects land values in agricultural regions. You listen and learn. Your mother is teaching you to see beyond immediate transactions to larger patterns. Economic activity moves in cycles. Understanding these cycles allows better timing for purchases and sales. Your surveying work takes you throughout northern Virginia and into the Shenandoah Valley. You have become familiar with wilderness travel, capable of navigating by compass and stars, comfortable camping in all weather. Your earlier discomfort with cold nights and rough ground has been replaced by simple acceptance. This is the nature of the work. You have developed a reputation for accuracy and honesty. Your surveys are trusted by land courts and property owners alike. This reputation is valuable, perhaps more valuable than your immediate income. People hire surveyors they trust, and they recommend trusted surveyors to others. You maintain this reputation through careful work and ethical conduct. You do not cut corners to save time. You do not accept bribes to adjust boundaries. You do not claim precision beyond your instrument's capabilities. These choices sometimes cost short-term income but build long-term credibility. Some surveyors fudge measurements or show favoritism to whichever party pays best. You have seen the results: disputed boundaries, legal conflicts, and ruined professional reputations. The temporary gain is not worth the permanent cost. Your field notebooks now number in the dozens, filled with surveys of properties across the region. Each notebook is dated and indexed. You can locate any previous survey within minutes, checking measurements or verifying descriptions. This systematic organization is not natural talent. It is learned discipline, developed through your mother's insistence on orderly record-keeping and reinforced by professional necessity. Surveyors who lose notes or cannot reproduce previous work do not remain employed long. You have also developed physical capabilities that serve your work. You can walk 20 miles through rough terrain without excessive fatigue. You can sleep anywhere and wake refreshed. You can endure weather extremes with minimal complaint. These are practical skills, unglamorous but essential. Your younger brothers sometimes accompany you on surveys, serving as chain bearers or axemen. You teach them the same way James Genn taught you, through demonstration and expectation, rather than elaborate explanation. They learn, or they do not. Either outcome is their responsibility. Jack shows particular aptitude for the work. He is physically strong and mentally sharp, capable of holding complex calculations in his head while pulling chain. You make note of this. Family businesses benefit from competent relatives who can be trusted with significant responsibility. Your evenings at Ferry Farm now include correspondence. Landowners write requesting surveys. Officials send legal inquiries about boundary disputes. You respond to each letter promptly and professionally, maintaining the written equivalent of your verbal reputation. Your handwriting has evolved into a clear professional script. The awkward copying exercises your mother assigned years ago have transformed into fluent communication. You can draft a business letter quickly, expressing complex ideas with appropriate formality. You occasionally still copy maxims from the rules of civility, though now more from habit than assignment. Some of the rules have proven genuinely useful. Undertake not what you cannot perform, but be careful to keep your promise. This is not abstract morality. It is practical business advice. Your reputation depends on delivering promised services reliably. You think sometimes about your father, dead now for 6 years. You remember him only dimly, more as impression than detailed memory. But you understand that his property investments and business connections created opportunities for you. Lawrence's position, the Fairfax introductions, your access to surveying work, all of this traces back to Augustine Washington's careful cultivation of useful relationships. You are building similar foundations, though you cannot yet see what structure they will support. You accumulate land, develop skills, establish reputation, and maintain connections. These are investments in an uncertain future. The Rappahannock River still flows past Ferry Farm with the same patient inevitability. You have watched it for 17 years now, seen it freeze and thaw, flood and recede, carry debris downstream and deposit sediment on its banks. The river teaches through example. Steady pressure over time accomplishes more than sporadic bursts of energy. You apply this principle to your work. Consistent effort, methodical record-keeping, careful decision-making. Not dramatic or exciting, but effective over time. Some nights you stand at the window and watch moonlight on the river's surface, thinking about the distance between your current position and your imagined future. You want significant achievement, though you cannot define what form that achievement should take. Wealth certainly, and respect, and perhaps some lasting contribution. But these are vague aspirations. More concrete is tomorrow's survey of a 200-acre tract near Fredericksburg. The landowner wants clear documentation before subdividing the property among his children. The work will take 3 days, accounting for terrain and necessary calculations. You have already reviewed the property deed and planned your approach. You will start at the southwest corner, run the southern boundary east, then work counterclockwise around the perimeter. Weather permitting, you should complete the work by Friday evening. This is the actual substance of your life. Not grand visions, but specific tasks, executed competently, documented carefully, compensated fairly. The accumulation of such tasks creates a career, and a career creates opportunity, and opportunity creates possibility. You close your ledger and prepare for bed. Tomorrow requires an early start. The river continues its patient flow through the darkness, indifferent to human ambition but somehow comforting in its constancy. Morning will come, the work will be there, and you will do it, chain by chain, acre by acre, building something you cannot yet see but which exists in the careful record of days well spent. Sleep comes easily. You have worked hard. Your body is tired but satisfied. Your mind is quiet, settled on the foundation of clear purpose and methodical execution. The last thing you hear is the wind in the pines outside, and the distant murmur of the Rappahannock, and the settling creak of the house preparing for night. This is enough. And that's where we'll leave young George Washington tonight, my tired dumplings. Standing at the window of Ferry Farm at 17, surveyor's ledger closed, tomorrow's work already planned in his methodical mind. If you found this gentle tour through his early years worth your time, you might wander over and subscribe to this humble channel. New historical escapes appear each week, and they're all built for sleeping. Pleasant dreams, and may your morning come gently. Now if you will, imagine that your great-great-great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realise that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolize and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure, in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organized labor gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who was most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organizes the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep. And the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realized they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks, and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. Witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature, and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important, religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realized that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honouring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialized equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. It was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic, which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialized training, no need to memorize hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business, and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek, where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension. Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words, rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognized its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardizing the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilized in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed. some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, the illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, they brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the piecea system, which divided text into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibres was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle, Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kailun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realized that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, a university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes, who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 Theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe. Researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory that the Earth revolved around the Sun was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, while Will's was well known for its literary discussions. The coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialized knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard-of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed, it was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, The Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, the content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of the Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialized in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in The Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, Each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories. While Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time. In ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting, the typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass-literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialized print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, You could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world, thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record. rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric culture's oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, the encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority, and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works, despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors. Social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient, and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, So keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop, medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring, which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri Dictation, and Google Voice Typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services, which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilizing technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavors, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionize the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavor of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone: scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cozy spaces between waking and sleeping. You are connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you are reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realized that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognize their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavor to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more. Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, the Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much, it could be 1650 or 1850, because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence. On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block drafts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning, or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first. holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked, filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretch deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink, and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method. A pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely empty completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread, made from wheat, was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley, or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal. Herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the 4 King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffeehouses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple, ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, They served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields. Bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last the week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses, too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meal served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans: curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients, but the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality, farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognisable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3, or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambience through exposed beams, fireplaces, and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working-class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterized much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, has partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions, foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious. As modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces, the pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures, and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants, and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community, and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple comforts of good food, decent drink, and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble pottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations, and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese, and, weren't just fuel. They were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale, or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people perform daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so, we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter. Welcome, my potatoes, to the Eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age, more than 3,000 years ago. Before stories became legends and legends became myths, this region thrived with interconnected cities, regular trade, and relationships built over generations. Tonight, you'll rest beside the slow accumulation of decisions, obligations, and ordinary pressures that shaped one of history's most enduring stories. You wake in a coastal city where morning routines have repeated for generations. The room around you still holds the coolness of night, though the first hint of warmth touches the eastern wall, where sunlight will soon reach. Your sleeping mat rests on a wooden platform raised slightly off the stone floor, enough to keep dampness away but not so high that getting up requires effort. The woven blanket you push aside was made by your grandmother's hands, its pattern of interlocking diamonds now softened by years of use and washing. The household stirs around you in predictable sequence. You hear your uncle already moving in the courtyard, his sandals making their familiar scuffing sound against the paving stones as he checks the water jars. The morning birds have been calling for some time now, their songs marking the transition from dark to light, with more reliability than any human timekeeping device. Somewhere in the next room, your youngest cousin coughs twice, then settles back into sleep for another brief while. You rise and wrap a light tunic around yourself, feeling the linen settle against your skin. The cloth was woven last winter during the long evenings when outdoor work became impossible. You can still identify the section where your sister was learning the loom, her tension slightly uneven compared to your mother's practiced steadiness. These small irregularities make the garment yours in a way that perfect uniformity never could. The courtyard receives you with its morning stillness. Dew has settled on the stone rim of the central well and you wipe it away with your palm before drawing water. The rope feels rough against your hands, its fibres stiff from repeated soaking and drying. You've pulled this same rope hundreds of times, and your hands know exactly where the worn spots sit, where you need to grip more carefully to avoid splinters. The water comes up cold and clear. You pour some into a wide clay bowl, watching how it catches the growing light. This bowl was made by the same potter who supplies half the neighbourhood, and you can identify his work by the particular shade of clay he prefers, and the way he shapes the rim with his thumb, leaving a slight wave pattern all around the edge. When you wash your face, the cold water shocks you fully awake, and you feel the last fog of sleep wash away with the droplets running down your neck. Your mother emerges from the storage room carrying the grain for morning bread. The amphora she holds is one of several standing against the far wall, each containing different grades of grain depending on when it was harvested and from which field. She tips it carefully, letting the grain pour into her grinding bowl in a steady stream that makes a sound like gentle rain. You've heard this sound every morning of your life, and it signals the day's true beginning more clearly than the sunrise itself. She settles onto her low stool by the grinding stone, and you watch her begin the work. Her hands move with absolute confidence, pushing the upper stone forward and pulling it back, forward and back, in a rhythm she could probably maintain while sleeping. The grain cracks and powders beneath the stone's weight, gradually transforming from hard kernels into flour fine enough for bread. This task takes time, and she'll continue it while you and others move through the morning's other necessities. You take a smaller jar and head toward the storage area where oil and dried fish are kept. The room smells of salt and preserved food, a scent so familiar you barely notice it except when you've been away for a few days and return to find it fresh again. The fish hang from wooden pegs driven into the wall, their scales catching whatever light filters through the small window. You select 3 medium-sized fish, feeling their stiffness, testing their cure by the way they resist your touch. Outside, the neighbourhood wakes in stages. You hear Theano next door scolding her son for leaving the goat pen unlatched during the night, though no harm seems to have come from it. Her voice carries the particular tone of someone going through familiar motions, annoyed but not angry, knowing this same conversation will likely repeat tomorrow and the day after. The boy mumbles something you can't quite hear, probably the same excuse he offered last time. The street begins to receive its morning traffic. You recognise Calcius, the metalworker, by his tread, heavier on the left foot where he injured it years ago, and it never quite healed straight. He's heading toward his workshop, probably to start the fire that needs to reach proper heat before he can begin actual work. The fire starting alone will take him until the sun clears the eastern rooftops, and by then his apprentice should arrive to help with the bellows. Walking toward the market district, you pass houses you could navigate blindfolded. Here is the door with a crack running diagonally across its upper plank, the result of a harsh winter 5 years back when the wood contracted too quickly. There is the courtyard where the fig tree grows at an angle, leaning toward the south to catch maximum sun. its roots having long ago shifted the paving stones into a gentle wave pattern that makes a distinctive sound when cartwheels pass over. The baker's oven already breathes heat into the morning air. You can feel it from 3 doors away, a warmth that reaches out like an invitation. The baker himself, old Medon, sits on his stool just inside the doorway, watching the street while his ovens do their work. He nods as you pass, a minimal greeting that acknowledges your presence without requiring conversation. You've known him your entire life, and he's never been one for morning words. His bread speaks for him, and everyone in this district buys from him because his hands know exactly how long to knead and when to add water, and which wood burns at the temperature that produces the perfect crust. The main market square opens before you as you round the last corner. This space fills gradually at this hour, with the earliest merchants already arranging their goods while others are still making their way from home or from the docks where ships arrive during the night. The square itself is paved with flat stones that have been worn smooth by generations of feet, though you can still see chisel marks on some of the older ones where workers shaped them to fit together decades before you were born. You notice Philo, the pottery merchant, unrolling her woven mat in her customary spot near the fountain. She's been claiming this location for longer than you've been alive, and everyone respects her right to it. Her wares sit in woven baskets, each piece wrapped in scraps of old cloth to prevent chipping during transport. She unwraps them one at a time, checking each vessel with her fingertips, running them around rims and along handles, testing for any damage that might have occurred despite her careful packing. The pottery she offers comes from several different workshops, and you've learned over time to identify which piece came from where. The reddish clay with black geometric patterns comes from a workshop 2 valleys inland, where they've perfected that particular firing technique. The simpler vessels with the warm brown glaze are local, made by the same potter who created your washing bowl. The truly fine pieces, decorated with scenes of ships and sea creatures, travel from across the water, arriving on the same merchant vessels that bring copper and tin. A fishing boat has clearly arrived recently because Cleon already has fresh catch laid out on his wide wooden board. The fish glisten in the strengthening light, their scales showing that rainbow shimmer that only the very freshest fish display. Cleon stands behind his display, arms crossed, watching people examine his goods without offering any sales encouragement. His fish sell themselves through their quality, and he knows it. His younger brother sits nearby, mending a net with steady fingers, pulling the cord through and knotting it with movements so practiced they seem almost mechanical. The grain seller is set up near the western edge of the square, where his cart can rest in shade for most of the morning. He's already measured out several piles, each representing a different grade and price. People approach, pinch samples between their fingers, and sometimes lift a few kernels to their mouths to test for moisture content and taste. He answers questions about which fields produced which grain, which harvest was this pile versus that one, and whether he expects prices to shift in coming weeks, based on what he's hearing from inland farmers. You watch a woman you don't recognise examining the grain seller's mid-grade offering. She's clearly from out of town, probably from one of the smaller settlements inland. Based on the style of her shawl and the particular way she's tied her hair, she asks careful questions about storage, about whether this grain will keep through winter if she's buying for several months ahead. The seller answers honestly, explaining that this particular batch came from the early harvest and has already been stored for 2 months without problems, suggesting it will hold well if kept dry. 2 merchants stand near the fountain, engaged in conversation about shipping routes. You overhear fragments as you pass, concerns about winds this season, discussion of which islands are currently offering the best prices for oil, speculation about whether the large merchant from the northern islands will make his usual autumn appearance. Neither man seems particularly worried, just engaged in the ongoing information exchange that allows merchants to make informed decisions about where to send their goods and what to acquire for resale. A woman sells honey from clay jars sealed with wax. The honey itself comes from hives kept in the hills above the city, where wild thyme grows among the rocks and gives the honey its particular flavour. She offers tiny tastes on the tip of a wooden stick, letting potential buyers sample before committing to purchase. The honey has that golden thickness that indicates good weather during the collection season, and you watch it drip slowly from the stick when she demonstrates its quality to an interested customer. The metalworker's wife has brought her husband's recent production to sell. Bronze pins for clothing, simple rings, and a few small tools. Each piece rests on a square of leather, arranged by size and type. The bronze shows the characteristic greenish tint where it's starting to develop patina, though the working edges remain bright from her recent polishing. She handles each piece confidently, knowing exactly which tool serves which purpose and which customer might need what she's offering. Baskets of varying sizes and purposes hang from a framework of poles near the corner. The basket weaver himself sits beside his display, working on a new piece even as he minds his shop. His fingers move continuously, selecting reeds from a pile beside him, working them into the growing pattern with movements too fast for your eye to follow clearly. The rhythm of his work creates a soft clicking sound, as reeds slide past each other and lock into position. A trader from across the water has spread a cloth displaying items you don't see every day. Obsidian blades sharper than any bronze, amber beads from far northern sources, and small copper ingots stamped with marks you don't recognise. He watches people's faces as they examine his goods, gauging interest, occasionally offering information about an item's origin or particular qualities. His accent marks him as foreign, though his Greek is perfectly functional, and he's clearly been trading in this region long enough to know local customs and expectations. The cloth merchant operates from a more permanent structure, a small building that opens onto the square through a wide doorway. Bolts of fabric rest on shelves inside, arranged by weight and fibre type. Linen occupies the higher shelves, being most valuable. Wool sits at arm level, where it's most accessible for everyday purchases. Hemp and other rougher materials rest lower, suitable for working garments and utility purposes. The merchant's daughter stands in the doorway, ready to pull down any bolt a customer wishes to examine more closely. You notice how people move through the market with varying levels of purpose. Some arrive with specific needs, moving directly to the relevant merchant, conducting their business and departing. Others drift more slowly, checking multiple options, comparing offerings, and engaging in the extended conversations that might or might not lead to purchases. A few seem to be here more for social contact than commerce, stopping to greet friends and acquaintances, sharing news and gossip while maintaining the pretense of shopping. An old man sits at the edge of the square, working leather with patient hands. He's making sandals, cutting the sole pieces from a larger hide spread across his lap. His knife moves with absolute precision, following patterns he's internalized across decades of work. Beside him rest several completed pairs waiting for customers, each one slightly different based on foot measurements he took earlier. He glances up occasionally to watch the market's activity, but his hands never stop their steady work. The tool seller has arrived with his cart, though he's still arranging his display. Wooden handles for various implements occupy one section. Bronze axe heads and knife blades fill another. Agricultural tools, sickles, hoes, and smaller digging implements rest along the cart's edge. He's clearly just come from inland, because dust still coats his cartwheels, and his sandals show the pale dirt characteristic of the valley road rather than the darker soil around the city. Two women negotiate over a length of red-dyed wool, their conversation following the established patterns of market bargaining. The seller names her price. The buyer counters with a lower offer. Neither woman shows offence at the other's position. This is simply how transactions proceed. They'll meet somewhere in the middle, both walking away satisfied that they've conducted business fairly. The ritual of negotiation matters almost as much as the final price, affirming mutual respect and social relationship alongside the commercial exchange. You watch a mother teaching her daughter the art of market shopping. The girl must be around 10 years old enough to learn, but still young enough that mistakes carry no serious consequences. Her mother sends her to negotiate for apples while remaining nearby to observe. The girl approaches the fruit seller with visible nervousness, trying to remember the phrases her mother surely taught her. The seller, recognizing the situation, treats her with patient seriousness, quoting a fair price without taking advantage of her inexperience. The girl successfully completes her purchase and returns to her mother with obvious pride in her accomplishment. Near the fountain, people gather for water and conversation. The fountain itself flows from a carved lion's head, water pouring steadily into a stone basin below. Women fill their jars while discussing household matters, whose daughter is approaching marriage age, which family is expecting a child, and where the best wool appeared at market this week. Their conversations weave together the practical and the personal, creating the social fabric that binds the community together as surely as any political structure. The sun has climbed higher now, and the market reaches its peak activity. The noise level rises as more people arrive and more transactions take place simultaneously. You hear the distinctive sounds of commerce, the clink of metal weights on scales, the rustle of grain pouring into containers, the soft thud of cloth bolts being laid out for examination, and the splash of water as someone accidentally tips a jar too quickly at the fountain. You complete your own errands, selecting the items your household needs. The fish merchant wraps your purchase in large leaves to keep it fresh during your walk home. The grain seller measures your purchase carefully, using a bronze cup that holds exactly the amount you've paid for, levelling it with a wooden scraper to ensure accuracy. These small acts of commercial honesty maintain trust across thousands of transactions, allowing the market system to function smoothly without requiring constant oversight or dispute resolution. The palace sits on raised ground at the city's eastern edge, its stone walls catching the morning sun before it reaches the lower streets where you live. You've never been inside those walls, but you understand how they represent accumulated authority built up over many generations. The current king's grandfather's grandfather built the oldest sections, and each ruler since has added to the structure, expanding it slowly according to available resources and current needs. The king himself appears occasionally in public contexts, during major religious festivals or when receiving important foreign visitors. You saw him 3 months ago during the spring planting festival, standing on the raised platform while priests performed the traditional offerings. He looked older than you expected, his beard showing more grey than the stories about him suggested. He wore a purple-bordered robe that must have cost more than your household earns in several years, the dye alone representing tremendous expense given how many sea snails must be processed to produce even a small amount of that particular shade. You know his name, of course. Everyone knows the name of the king who rules their city. But you also know the names of the families who support his rule, the network of relationships that allows a single man to claim authority over thousands. The old families, the ones who can trace their lineage back through many generations in this place, provide the foundation for royal power. They control the best agricultural land, the most productive olive groves, and the most reliable sources of water. Their support makes kingship possible, and their potential opposition makes kings cautious. Power here doesn't flow from a single source, but rather emerges from the intersection of multiple relationships. The king maintains his position partly through military capability. He commands loyalty from men who carry weapons and know how to use them. But he also maintains power through more subtle means, through marriages arranged between his family and other prominent households, through gift-giving that creates ongoing obligations, through religious roles that connect royal authority to divine favour, and through the management of trade relationships that keep goods flowing into the city and wealth accumulating in ways that benefit his supporters. You understand this because you hear the palace discussed frequently. Your uncle once worked on a building project there, reinforcing a section of wall that had begun to crack. He came home each evening with observations about how the household functioned, what he'd overheard, and who seemed to hold actual influence versus who merely held impressive titles. According to him, the king's cousin actually manages most daily decisions, while the king himself focuses on diplomatic relationships and religious obligations. The cousin has a reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness in equal measure. qualities that make him effective but not particularly loved. The system of marriage alliances that connects ruling families across the region represents a form of diplomacy so fundamental that people rarely think about it explicitly. When a king's daughter marries a prince from another city, she carries with her not just personal identity but a whole set of obligations and expectations. Her children will have blood ties to both cities, creating family relationships that make certain types of conflict more complicated and other types of cooperation more natural. You know about this because your neighbour's cousin serves in the household of a foreign princess who married into your city's royal family 15 years ago. The princess brought with her a small staff of people from her homeland, and these individuals maintain connections back to their city of origin while slowly integrating into their new home. They represent informal communication channels between the two cities, carrying news and messages that supplement more official diplomatic contacts. Treaties between cities get formalised in documents that scribes maintain in palace archives, but you've never seen these documents and probably never will. What you know about treaties comes from their practical effects. Certain goods flow more freely when trade agreements are active. Certain merchants receive preferential treatment based on treaty terms, and certain cities remain at peace year after year because treaty obligations make conflict too costly to contemplate. You heard about one treaty renewal that occurred when you were younger. Representatives from another coastal city arrived with considerable ceremony, their ships specially decorated for the occasion. They brought gifts for your city's king, bronze work, decorated pottery, slaves, and a particularly fine horse that people talked about for months afterward. Your king responded with gifts of equal value, crafted gold jewellery, high-quality weapons, painted vessels, and several young women from noble families who would serve in the foreign king's household and possibly become minor wives or concubines. The exchange of gifts satisfied treaty requirements, but it also accomplished something more subtle. Each side demonstrated their wealth and capability, sending messages about their status and strength. The specific items chosen communicated information beyond their material value. Fine weapons suggested military capacity. Skilled craftwork indicated economic sophistication. Beautiful slaves or servants implied deep enough resources to give away valuable people. Reading these gift exchanges required cultural knowledge that everyone in your society learned gradually through observation and participation. Tribute relationships add another layer to the region's political structure. Several smaller settlements in the hills above your city send regular tribute, usually agricultural products, sometimes labour for specific projects. This tribute acknowledges their subordinate status and your city's protective role. In return, your city refrains from raiding their territory and provides assistance if they face external threats. The tribute arrives on a predictable schedule, transported by representatives who stay just long enough to deliver their goods and receive acknowledgement before returning home. You've seen these delegations arrive in the lower market square, their carts loaded with sealed containers of olive oil, sacks of grain, or bundles of wool. They seem neither resentful nor particularly enthusiastic about the arrangement. It's simply how their relationship with your city functions, a pattern established so long ago that no one questions it anymore. Sometimes you wonder whether tribute represents oppression or mutual benefit. The hill settlements certainly lose some of their production to your city, but they also gain protection from pirates and raiders who might otherwise find them easy targets. They receive access to your city's markets and the specialised goods that flow through it. Their sons sometimes find opportunities in your city that wouldn't exist in their smaller communities. The relationship contains elements of both exploitation and genuine mutual advantage, and which aspect dominates probably depends on who you ask, and under what circumstances. The King's Council meets regularly to make decisions about matters too significant for any individual to handle alone. You don't know exactly who sits on this council, but you can guess based on who appears publicly alongside the king during important events. The heads of the oldest families certainly participate. The commander of the city's military forces probably attends. Senior priests might have seats, given the connection between religious authority and political legitimacy. Wealthy merchants who control significant trade relationships likely receive consultation, though whether they hold formal council positions or simply get invited for discussions about commercial matters remains unclear. Decisions that emerge from these council meetings affect daily life in ways both obvious and subtle. When new construction projects begin, they reflect council decisions about resource allocation. When certain merchants receive exclusive rights to trade specific goods, council negotiations stand behind those arrangements. When the city enters new treaty relationships or modifies existing ones, council deliberations produce those outcomes. You've learned that effective rule requires balancing competing interests skillfully. The king must keep powerful families satisfied enough that they don't unite against him, but not so powerful individually that any one family could challenge his authority. He must maintain military strength sufficient to defend the city and project power when necessary, but not so large a military establishment that it drains resources needed for economic vitality. He must honour religious traditions that legitimize his rule, while also managing practical governance that sometimes requires flexibility beyond what tradition strictly permits. This balancing act plays out through daily decisions that rarely attract public attention. When the king mediates a dispute between two prominent families, he carefully calibrates his response to maintain both his authority and his relationships with both parties. When he decides which religious festival receives the most elaborate celebration, he considers both genuine piety and the political implications of favouring one deity over another. When he chooses which merchants to grant special trading privileges, he weighs their commercial capability against their political reliability and personal loyalty. Succession represents perhaps the most delicate aspect of royal power. Your current king has several sons, and speculation about which one will eventually inherit his position runs through every level of society. The oldest son seems the obvious choice by tradition, but he's reportedly gentle and scholarly, more interested in poetry than politics. The second son commands part of the military and has a reputation for capability but also for arrogance that alienates potential supporters. The third son remains young enough that his character hasn't fully revealed itself, making him an uncertain prospect, but also potentially appealing to those who want to shape the next reign according to their own interests. You understand that this uncertainty creates opportunity for political manoeuvring among the powerful families. Each potential heir represents a different possible future, and families position themselves to benefit regardless of which son ultimately takes power. Some cultivate relationships with all three, hedging their positions. Others commit firmly to supporting one particular prince, gambling that backing a winner will bring rewards while recognising that backing a loser could prove costly. The king himself must manage this situation carefully, maintaining his own authority while the question of succession creates implicit competition beneath the surface. He can't wait too long to clarify his choice without risking instability, but he also can't decide too early without empowering his chosen heir so much that the heir becomes impatient or creates a competing centre of authority. This dilemma has faced every king, and solutions vary based on personalities, circumstances, and luck. Honour in your world functions as an invisible but powerful force, shaping decisions in ways that outsiders might find difficult to understand. You carry honour like you carry your name, as something simultaneously personal and inherited, individual and collective. What you do reflects on your family, and what your family has done across generations shapes how others view you, before you've had the opportunity to demonstrate your own character. You learned about honour gradually, through countless small moments rather than explicit instruction. When you were 7 years old, you saw your father refuse to conduct business with a merchant who had cheated your neighbour. The merchant offered favourable terms, trying to make amends, but your father declined firmly and politely. He explained to you later that evening that maintaining a reputation for honesty mattered more than any single transaction's profit. If he had accepted the merchant's offer, people would wonder whether your father could be bought, whether his principles shifted based on personal advantage. That lesson embedded itself in how you understand the world. Honour isn't about grand gestures or heroic moments, but about consistent behaviour across ordinary situations. It means keeping your word even when circumstances change, and breaking it would be convenient. It means treating others according to their status and the relationships between you, neither offering insult through insufficient respect nor claiming false equality with those who rank above you. The concept of hospitality carries particular weight in your culture. When strangers arrive at your door, custom requires that you welcome them, offer food and drink, and provide shelter if needed. You don't immediately ask their business or demand to know their names. First, you show hospitality, demonstrating both your household's abundance and your understanding of proper behaviour. Only after guests have eaten and rested does the conversation turn to who they are and what brings them to your door. This custom serves practical purposes in a world where travel requires depending on others' generosity. Anyone might someday find themselves far from home, needing assistance from strangers. The hospitality obligation ensures that such assistance will be available, but it also serves deeper social functions, creating bonds between households and demonstrating the host's status and character. A household that can afford generous hospitality proves its prosperity. A household that offers such hospitality reliably builds a reputation that extends far beyond its immediate neighbourhood. You remember when a traveller from a distant island stayed with your family for 3 days. He arrived in the evening, clearly exhausted from his journey, and your father welcomed him without hesitation. Your mother prepared the best food available, brought out bedding that normally stayed stored for special occasions, and made sure the visitor felt comfortable. The traveller shared news from his homeland, told stories that entertained the entire household, and left small gifts when he departed. Nothing valuable, but tokens that acknowledged the hospitality he'd received. Months later, when your brother needed to travel to that same distant island for trading purposes, the traveller's family welcomed him with equal generosity. They connected him with local merchants, provided introductions that would have taken weeks to establish independently, and treated him as an honoured guest rather than a foreign stranger. This reciprocity showed how hospitality creates networks of obligation and support that span the entire region. Oath-taking represents the most serious form of commitment your culture recognises. When you swear an oath, you invoke divine witnesses to your promise, accepting that breaking your word will bring not just social consequences, but potentially supernatural punishment. This belief makes oaths powerful tools for creating binding agreements, but it also means people approach oath-taking with appropriate seriousness. You've participated in oath ceremonies several times. The most memorable occurred when your family entered a business partnership with another household. Both family heads stood before the household shrine, each holding a portion of the sacrificed animal, and spoke the words that bound them to their agreement. You watched your father's face during the ceremony, seeing the gravity with which he treated the moment. The oath didn't just commit him to the partnership terms, but placed his honour, his family's reputation, and his relationship with the gods all behind that commitment. The weight of such oaths shapes behaviour in ways both obvious and subtle. When people know that breaking an oath brings severe consequences, they become very careful about what oaths they swear. They negotiate terms precisely, ensuring that what they're promising remains within their capability to deliver. They also honour their oaths, even when doing so becomes inconvenient or costly, because the alternative, becoming known as an oathbreaker, carries costs that extend far beyond any individual transaction. Insults require a response, but the required response varies enormously based on context and status. A minor slight between equals might be settled with an apology and small compensation. The same slight directed at someone of significantly higher status demands more elaborate satisfaction. And certain provocations, questioning someone's courage, impugning their family's honour, or violating hospitality, create obligations for dramatic responses that can escalate into serious conflict. You learned these distinctions through observation and occasional mistakes. Once, as a child, you spoke dismissively about a neighbour's daughter in a way that reached her family's ears. Your father made you apologize formally, bringing a gift to their household and speaking words of respect about the girl and her family. The apology ritual felt excessive for what seemed to you like a minor offence, but your father explained that allowing the insult to stand unaddressed would damage both families' reputations and create lingering resentment that could poison the neighbourhood's social atmosphere. Guest friendship represents a particularly valued relationship in your society. When two people or families establish guest friendship, they create bonds of mutual obligation that persist across generations. If your grandfather hosted someone who later became prominent in a distant city, your family can call upon that relationship even now, decades later. The original guest's descendants will honour their ancestors' debt by offering hospitality and assistance to you. These relationships create informal networks that supplement official diplomatic and trade channels. When your city's merchants travel to distant ports, they often carry tokens from families here to families there, invoking guest friendships established years or generations earlier. These connections smooth commercial relationships, provide security in potentially dangerous situations, and create trust that purely commercial relationships might lack. You understand revenge as a concept that extends beyond immediate retaliation. Revenge in your world means restoring balance after injury, ensuring that those who cause harm face consequences proportional to what they've done. This might involve demanding material compensation, pursuing social consequences through reputation damage, or seeking third-party arbitration that publicly acknowledges the wrong and requires satisfaction. The expectation of eventual consequences creates caution about initial actions. People hesitate to cheat or insult others, partly because they know that doing so creates obligations for response. Even if immediate retaliation doesn't occur, the injured party's resentment persists, potentially manifesting in unexpected ways at later times. This knowledge encourages people to maintain basically fair behaviour in their dealings, not from pure altruism, but from calculated understanding that mistreating others generates costs that eventually come due. Shame functions as a powerful social control mechanism in your community. Being identified publicly as having failed in obligation, shown cowardice, or violated custom affects your standing in ways that reduce opportunities and influence. People become reluctant to conduct business with you. Families become unwilling to arrange marriages between their children and yours. Your voice carries less weight in community discussions. These consequences arise not from formal punishment, but from collective judgment about your character and reliability. You've seen shame's effects on others. A merchant who cheated several customers eventually found himself unable to attract new business, as word spread about his dishonesty. A young man who fled during a minor conflict with raiders from the hills acquired a reputation for cowardice that haunted him for years, regardless of his later actions. An older woman who violated hospitality toward a guest ended up socially isolated, with neighbours refusing even ordinary courtesies. Glory and fame represent the positive counterpart to shame. When someone achieves something notable, exceptional bravery, remarkable skill, extraordinary generosity, that achievement becomes part of how others know them. Stories about their accomplishments circulate, shaping reputation and creating social standing that opens opportunities unavailable to those without such recognition. You've observed how glory accumulates gradually for most people. A craftsperson develops a reputation through consistent, excellent work over years. A merchant builds fame through reliable honesty and favourable terms across hundreds of transactions. A warrior gains recognition through steady competence rather than single, spectacular action. These accumulated small demonstrations of virtue eventually create substantial reputations that influence how others treat you and what possibilities open before you. The role of witnesses in your culture makes public knowledge crucial. Events that occur privately remain uncertain and disputed. Events that unfold before many observers become established facts that everyone must acknowledge. This emphasis on witness encourages transparency in important matters and makes secret resolution of disputes less viable than public acknowledgement and satisfaction. You remember a dispute between two farmers about boundary markers that had shifted during heavy rains. Each claimed the other had moved the markers to expand their own field. The disagreement threatened to escalate until they agreed to settle the matter before witnesses, with representatives from several respected families examining the land, considering each farmer's claims, and rendering judgment. Their public decision became accepted fact, regardless of what either farmer privately believed, because the weight of collective witness made further dispute pointless. Women's honour follows patterns parallel to, but distinct from men's honour. A woman's reputation rests partly on maintaining household integrity, managing resources skillfully, maintaining appropriate relationships, and raising children who reflect well on the family. Your mother gained respect in the neighbourhood through her skillful weaving, her generous hospitality, and her wise counsel that neighbours often sought when facing difficult decisions. Insults to women in elite families carry particular weight, because they reflect on family honour broadly. When a prominent woman faces disrespect, her male relatives must respond to demonstrate that their family cannot be insulted with impunity. This dynamic creates situations where relatively minor initial provocations generate serious conflicts, because the social logic of honour requires response. You understand that divine favour and honour connect in cultural belief. The gods are thought to support those who maintain proper behaviour, fulfil obligations, and demonstrate appropriate virtues. This connection doesn't mean divine intervention occurs constantly, but rather that maintaining honour aligns you with forces considered larger than human society. Living honourably feels like cooperation with how the world should function, while shameful behaviour risks divine disfavour alongside social consequences. Pride in lineage shapes identity and creates obligations that extend across generations. You carry not just your own reputation, but the accumulated honour or shame of your family line. This inheritance means that maintaining family standing requires upholding standards set by previous generations. It also means that your actions affect descendants not yet born, creating a long-term perspective on behaviour and choice that discourages short-term thinking focused only on immediate advantage. Evening settles over your household with the gentle weight of familiar routine. The sun has dropped below the western hills, and the sky holds that particular blue that comes just before full darkness. You've finished the day's work, and your body carries the pleasant fatigue that comes from physical labour, rather than the anxious exhaustion of worry or stress. Your mother has already lit the oil lamps, placing one in each room according to need. The lamps cast warm, slightly flickering light that makes shadows dance gently against the walls. The oil she uses comes from your own olive press, and its burning carries a faint, almost imperceptible scent that you associate with home and safety. The lamps will burn for several hours before needing attention, though someone will eventually need to add more oil or trim the wicks if they begin smoking. The evening meal brings the household together in the main room. Your family reclines on cushions arranged around the low table, and your mother brings out the food she's prepared during the late afternoon. There's bread, of course, still warm from the final baking of the day. A dish of stewed lentils flavoured with herbs from the kitchen garden sits steaming beside a plate of cheese and olives. The meal isn't elaborate, but it's sufficient and satisfying, the kind of food that nourishes without overwhelming. Conversation flows easily around the table. Your father mentions that he saw ships arriving in the harbour late this afternoon, their sails visible from the olive grove where he was working. Your brother wonders aloud whether the ships carried anything interesting, though he knows he won't learn details until tomorrow when their cargo reaches the market. Your youngest sister describes a minor drama between neighbourhood children, her story including far more detail about who said what to whom than anyone particularly needs, but telling it anyway with the enthusiasm of someone for whom these social dynamics matter enormously. You find yourself only half listening, content to let the voices wash over you without needing to contribute much. This is your family. These are your people. And simply being here among them satisfies something deep and essential. The food tastes good, the lamplight feels warm, and the conversation creates a pleasant background to your own thoughts. After the meal, your mother clears the dishes while your sister helps. though her helping consists mostly of carrying items back and forth while your mother does the actual work. Your father sits back against the wall, pulling a knife from his belt and a piece of wood from beside him. He's been working on carving a new tool handle, and he uses these evening hours to make slow progress on the project. His knife moves carefully, shaving away thin curls of wood that fall into a growing pile at his feet. You watch his hands work, noting how his fingers adjust their grip automatically, how he tests the developing shape with his thumb, and how he occasionally pauses to examine the wood from different angles before deciding where to cut next. This is skilled work, though he'd never claimed to be a fine craftsman. He simply knows wood and tools from decades of use, and that knowledge guides his hands without requiring much conscious thought. Your brother has brought out his fishing net, spreading it across the floor to check for damage. He runs his hands along its length, feeling for weak spots or broken strands that need repair. When he finds a damaged section, he fetches cord from the household supplies and begins the patient work of mending. His fingers move through the familiar motions of knotting, creating a rhythm that's almost meditative. The repetitive work suits the evening mood, occupying hands and a portion of the mind while leaving space for thought and relaxation. The household shrine sits in its usual corner, barely visible in the lamplight but present in everyone's awareness. Your mother had placed fresh herbs there earlier in the day, and their scent mingles with the oil lamp smell and the general atmosphere of occupied domestic space. No formal prayers occur this evening, but the shrine's presence reminds everyone that the household exists within larger frameworks of meaning and obligation. As full darkness settles outside, the sounds from neighbouring houses gradually quiet. You hear Theano next door calling her children inside, her voice carrying that particular tone of tired patience that mothers everywhere seem to develop. Someone several houses down is singing softly, probably to a baby or young child who's resisting sleep. A dog barks twice in the distance, then falls silent. Your sister yawns dramatically, making show of how tired she is, though you suspect she's more bored than sleepy. Still, her yawn triggers sympathetic responses from others, and you feel your own jaw stretching in response. Your mother notices and begins the process of organising the household for night, a sequence of actions she performs so regularly that they've become almost ritualistic. First, she checks that the fire in the hearth is properly banked, reducing it to coals that will keep some warmth through the night without risk of spreading. She sets aside kindling for morning, positioning it where it will stay dry and be easily accessible to whoever rises first. She ensures that water jars are filled so that morning tasks won't require an immediate trip to the well. These preparations take only minutes but make the next morning's routine smoother. Your father secures the outer door, dropping the heavy wooden bar into its brackets. The bar settles into place with a solid thunk that signals the household's separation from the outside world for the night. The door won't open again until dawn unless some emergency requires it, and that solidity provides psychological comfort regardless of whether any actual threat exists. Sleeping arrangements in your household follow long-established patterns. Your parents retire to their room, the one space that offers real privacy. Your younger sister sleeps in an alcove off the main room, her sleeping mat and blankets creating a small nest that she's arranged exactly how she prefers it. You and your brother share the room that was once filled with children, but now holds just the two of you, your mats positioned on opposite sides with space between for your possessions, and to allow movement without disturbing each other. You spread your sleeping mat in its customary spot, the section of floor you've slept on for years. The stones beneath show slight wear patterns from your weight distributed across countless nights, a permanent record of your presence that will probably outlast you. You arrange your blanket and the small cushion that serves as your pillow, creating the bed that will hold you until morning. Before lying down, you visit the small courtyard one final time, following the body's requirements before sleep. The night air feels cool against your skin after the warmth of the indoor lamps. Stars fill the sky above the courtyard, so many that they seem to crowd each other, their light steady and ancient. You recognise familiar constellations, the patterns you were taught to identify as a child. Their positions tell you roughly what hour it is, though you don't need precise timekeeping at this point. It's night, time for sleep, and that's specific enough. Returning inside, you find your brother already settled on his mat, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. You exchange minimal words, a brief acknowledgement that you're both present and settling for the night. No elaborate conversation needed. You've been together all day and will be together again tomorrow. You lie down on your mat, feeling your muscles begin to release the tension they've held all day. Your back settles against the relatively hard surface, and you shift slightly to find the most comfortable position. The blanket pulls up easily, its familiar weight settling over you like an old friend. The small pillow supports your head at the angle you prefer, neither too high nor too flat. The lamp in your room has already been extinguished, leaving only darkness broken by faint light filtering from the main room where your mother hasn't yet put out all the lamps. You can hear small sounds from throughout the house. Your father's distinctive cough, your sister turning over on her mat, and your mother moving quietly as she finishes her final checks before her own sleep. Your mind drifts without particular direction, touching on the day's events without dwelling on anything. You remember the market this morning, the quality of fish available, and the conversation you overheard about shipping routes. You think briefly about tomorrow's planned work, mentally reviewing what needs doing without any anxiety about it. These thoughts float past like clouds, present but not demanding. Your breathing begins to slow and deepen naturally. Your body knows this transition well, having made it thousands of times. Muscles continue to relax, starting from your feet and moving upward, each part of you finding its resting state. Your jaw loosens, your shoulders drop, your hands uncurl from whatever unconscious tension they'd held. The last lamp in the main room goes out, and complete darkness settles over the household. The darkness feels comfortable rather than threatening, a natural state that allows rest. Your eyes close, though whether they closed before the lamp went out or after, you couldn't say with certainty. Sound fades to the background, your brother's breathing already settling into the slower rhythm of sleep, distant night birds calling, and the faint creaking that every house makes as it cools, and its materials shift minutely. These sounds don't disturb you, but rather confirm that the world continues its familiar patterns. Sleep arrives not as a sudden loss of consciousness, but as a gradual transition from waking thought to the different consciousness of dreams. You're aware of the transition while it's happening, noticing how your thoughts become less linear, how impossible connections start to seem reasonable, and how the boundary between self and experience becomes permeable. Your last clear thought might be about tomorrow, or about nothing in particular, or might not be clear enough to identify as a thought at all. Then consciousness shifts fully into sleep, and the hours pass without your awareness, your body and mind taking the rest they require to meet another day. The harbour sits in a natural curve of coastline where ships can shelter from the worst weather, while remaining accessible for loading and unloading. You stand on the stone quay, watching activities that represent the foundation of your city's prosperity. The quay itself represents generations of labour, stone blocks fitted together so precisely that water barely seeps between them, creating a solid platform that extends into water deep enough for laden merchant vessels. 3 ships rest at the quay this morning, and another 2 are anchored slightly offshore waiting their turn to dock and unload. The nearest ship, a sturdy merchantman with a broad beam designed for cargo capacity rather than speed, rocks gently in the slight swell. Its mast stands bare now, the sail having been furled as soon as the ship entered the harbour. Crew members move across the deck, organising cargo for removal, their movements practised and efficient. The ship's owner stands near the gangplank, speaking with the harbour master about docking fees and cargo inspection. You can't hear their specific words from where you stand, but their body language suggests negotiation rather than dispute. The owner gestures toward his ship, perhaps explaining the nature of his cargo, or arguing that certain items should be exempt from particular fees. The harbour master listens patiently, occasionally consulting the wax tablet where he records transactions and agreements. Stevedores gather near the gangplank waiting for permission to begin unloading. These men do physical labour that requires both strength and skill. Moving heavy or fragile cargo from ship to shore without damage takes experience and coordination. They work in teams, with established hierarchies determining who handles which tasks. The oldest stevedores supervise rather than lift, their expertise valued for preventing the kind of mistakes that could destroy valuable goods or injure workers. The first items off the ship are amphoras filled with wine. The stevedores work in pairs, each amphora requiring 2 men to lift and carry safely. The vessels are heavy, even empty, and filled with wine. They weigh enough that dropping one would not only waste the wine but likely shatter the amphora and possibly injure whoever failed to maintain their grip. You watch one pair navigate the gangplank, their steps synchronized, each man aware of his partner's position and balance. The amphoras get stacked carefully in the warehouse area adjacent to the quay. A merchant's representative checks each one as it arrives, looking for the seal that confirms origin and contents. He makes marks on his own tablet, recording each amphora's arrival. Later, these records will allow accurate accounting and distribution to buyers who've contracted for portions of this shipment. Behind the wine come bundles of raw wool, compressed and wrapped in protective coverings. The wool comes from inland regions where sheep flourish in climates less suited to grain cultivation. Its quality varies based on source, with some regions producing particularly fine wool that commands premium prices. The merchant representative examines samples from several bundles, pulling out small tufts and testing them between his fingers, checking for fineness, strength, and cleanliness. You notice a woman approaching the merchant representative, clearly someone of means based on her clothing and the silver pins holding her shawl. She's accompanied by a servant carrying her purchases from earlier market activities. The woman asks about the wool quality, and the representative offers her a sample to examine personally. She tests it as he did, running it between her fingers, holding it up to the light to judge its colour and consistency. They discuss price, with the woman eventually purchasing enough wool to keep her household's weavers busy for several months. The unloading continues through the morning. Copper ingots emerge from the ship's hold, each one marked with symbols indicating its source mine. These ingots will go to metal workers who'll combine the copper with tin to create bronze, the material that dominates tool and weapon production. The copper itself travelled long distances to reach this ship, passing through multiple trading networks before ending up in this harbour. You find yourself pondering the web of relationships required to bring these goods here. Somewhere, miners extracted copper ore from the earth, processing it to produce these ingots. Merchants purchased the ingots, arranging transport to coastal ports. Ship owners contracted to carry the copper across water, accepting risk of loss in exchange for transportation fees. Local merchants here have already arranged to purchase the copper, having received word weeks ago that this shipment was coming. Each of these transactions involves trust, contracts, payment, and the coordination of timing and logistics across significant distances. The second ship at the quay carries grain from the fertile plains 2 days' sail to the south. Those plains produce a consistent surplus, more than their local population requires, making grain export profitable for their farmers and essential for cities like yours that occupy less agriculturally generous territory. The grain arrives in large sacks, each containing enough to feed a family for weeks. Stevedores stack them in a different warehouse section, separate from other goods to prevent contamination and allow easier access for the city's grain distributors. A representative from the king's household observes the grain unloading, recording quantities for tax purposes. A portion of all grain entering the city goes to the palace, supporting the royal household and the various people who serve it. The tax isn't popular exactly, but it's accepted as necessary for maintaining the administrative and military functions that the palace provides. The representative makes careful notes, and guards stand nearby to ensure that no grain disappears unofficially during the counting process. Beyond the active quay, you can see shipbuilders at work in their yard. A new vessel slowly takes shape, its wooden ribs rising from the keel like the skeleton of some great sea creature. The master builder moves around the structure, examining joints and measuring timbers, ensuring that everything aligns according to his design. Apprentices work under his direction, shaping wood with adzes and augers, learning through practice how to create vessels that will survive years of rough use in challenging conditions. Building a ship represents an enormous investment. The timber alone costs significantly, with particular types of wood required for different parts of the vessel. The specialised labour of skilled shipwrights doesn't come cheap. The time required to complete a ship means tying up resources for months before seeing any return. Only families or partnerships with substantial existing wealth can afford to commission new ships, which partly explains why maritime trade concentrates among a relatively small number of merchant families. You walk along the quay toward the fish market, where the morning's catch has already been laid out for sale. The fishermen departed before dawn, working their nets in darkness and returning as the sun climbed above the eastern horizon. Their catch glitters on wide wooden boards, several kinds of fish ranging from small silver ones suitable for preserving to larger specimens that will be sold fresh for immediate consumption. The fishermen themselves are already home, sleeping after their night's work. Their wives and older children manage the selling, with prices set according to catch size and current demand. You watch a cook from a wealthy household negotiate for an especially fine fish, its scales still showing the iridescent sheen that indicates absolute freshness. The negotiation is brief. The fish's quality makes its value obvious, and the cook has authority to pay what such quality requires. Smaller fish get purchased in bulk by families who'll preserve them through salting or drying. A woman fills a large basket with fish that will feed her household for a week once properly preserved. She pays with small copper pieces, carefully counted out, and the fisherman's wife accepts the payment, while simultaneously calling out to other potential customers, advertising the quality and price of her remaining stock. The fish market's smell dominates this section of the harbour. Salt, seaweed, the distinctive scent of fresh fish, and underlying all of it the constant presence of the sea itself, is a smell you barely notice anymore, having grown up with it, but you observe visitors from inland regions reacting to its intensity, their faces showing that they find it overwhelming. Beyond the fish market, you notice a ship being loaded for departure. This vessel will carry olive oil, produced in the groves that surround your city, to ports where olives grow less successfully or not at all. The oil travels in sealed amphoras specially designed for this purpose, their shape standardized so they stack efficiently in a ship's hold. Each amphora gets sealed with wax and marked with symbols indicating its producer and quality grade. Loading oil requires care because any spillage represents a direct loss of valuable product. Workers handle each amphora gently, using rope cradles to lower them into the hold, where other workers position them securely. The loading process moves slowly, with the captain personally supervising to ensure nothing gets damaged or improperly stowed. A ship that sets sail with poorly secured cargo risks the cargo shifting during rough seas, which can make the vessel unstable or even cause it to capsize. You overhear two merchants discussing shipping schedules and route conditions. One mentions that winds have been favourable lately, suggesting it might be a good time to send goods toward the eastern islands. The other expresses concern about reports of pirate activity near a particular island chain, wondering whether rerouting would be wiser despite the additional travel time involved. Their conversation demonstrates how much knowledge successful trading requires: understanding weather patterns, tracking reports about security conditions, knowing which ports offer the best prices for particular goods, and maintaining relationships with reliable ship captains and foreign merchants. The economic complexity of this harbour scene strikes you when you pause to really observe it. Every transaction represents multiple layers of relationship and calculation. The fisherman's wife selling small fish has calculated what price allows her to sell her entire catch before it spoils while making enough profit to justify her husband's labour and risk. The merchant buying wool has estimated demand and supply months in advance, committed capital to purchase before knowing the final selling price, and accepted the risk that market conditions might shift unfavourably. The ship owner has invested enormous resources in his vessel, and now must keep it employed profitably while managing constant risks of storm, piracy, and commercial failure. Wealth in this economy accumulates through skillful navigation of these relationships and risks. Families that consistently make good trading decisions, maintain reliable reputations, and weather occasional losses gradually build prosperity that translates into political influence and social standing. Conversely, families that make poor decisions or suffer unlucky circumstances can lose generations of accumulated wealth frighteningly quickly. You observe a young man, probably in his early 20s, watching the harbour activities with intense focus. He's likely apprenticed to one of the merchant families, learning trade through observation and gradually increasing responsibility. He'll spend years mastering all the knowledge required for success: how to judge commodity quality, how to calculate fair prices, how to assess ship and cargo insurance values, and how to navigate relationships with foreign merchants who speak different languages and follow different customs. The sun has climbed higher now, and the harbour's pace has settled into steady activity rather than the morning's initial rush. Ships continue loading and unloading, merchants continue negotiating and recording transactions, stevedores continue their heavy labour. The whole system functions with the smoothness that comes from long practice and well-established routines. Watching it, you see both the complexity of interconnected economic relationships and the reliable patterns that make prosperity possible. The sun drops toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflect off the water in the harbour below. You sit on a low wall near your home, positioned where you can see both the street life of your neighbourhood and the distant harbour where ships rest at anchor. The day's heat is fading, replaced by the pleasant coolness that evening brings during this season. Your neighbour Alexios passes by, returning from his workshop. He carries his leatherworking tools in a cloth bag, his hands showing the stains from the tannins he works with daily. He nods in greeting, and you exchange a few words about the day. He mentions that orders have been slower lately, not dramatically so, but enough to notice. Some of his regular customers have delayed purchases, perhaps waiting to see how certain situations develop before committing resources to new goods. He shrugs when he says this, not particularly worried but acknowledging the shift in patterns. You notice similar small changes in the rhythm of neighbourhood life. The evening marketplace, where people gather after the main day's work to socialise and conduct minor transactions, seems slightly less crowded than usual. Not empty, certainly, but missing some of the casual abundance that characterise busier times. Merchants still display their remaining goods, but they seem more intent on selling what they have, rather than simply waiting for buyers to approach at their leisure. A group of older men sit on benches near the fountain, engaged in the kind of conversation that fills evening hours. You're too far away to hear their specific words, but their tone and gesture suggest they're discussing matters of broader concern than pure gossip. One man makes a sweeping gesture that might indicate distance or scope. Another shakes his head slowly, disagreeing with something that's been proposed. A third listens with his chin resting on his hand, his expression suggesting he's considering multiple perspectives before forming his own opinion. Children play in the street, but their games seem somehow more contained than usual. Parents call them inside earlier, perhaps, or the children themselves sense that adults' attention is partly focused elsewhere. A group of boys runs past, chasing each other with the wooden swords that boys everywhere seem to favour. Their shouts and laughter sound normal enough, yet you notice that a mother watching from her doorway calls them back before they've ranged quite as far as they might normally wander. The evening bread delivery arrives at the neighbourhood mill, where many families send their grain to be ground and their dough to be baked in the communal ovens. The miller's apprentice pushes a cart loaded with finished loaves, calling out family names as he distributes bread according to his records of who brought what dough. This daily ritual continues without change, a reassuring constant amid subtler shifts in atmosphere. You watch your sister return from the well, carrying a water jar balanced on her shoulder, with the unconscious skill of someone who's performed this task thousands of times. She stops to speak with another young woman, and their conversation includes laughter, suggesting that whatever concerns might occupy their parents' thoughts, the younger generation maintains its focus on more immediate social matters. They're discussing someone, probably a mutual acquaintance, and finding whatever they're saying about this person quite amusing. The household shrine receives attention from your mother as evening settles. You see her through the doorway, placing fresh herbs and a small portion of bread on the shrine, her lips moving in the brief prayer that accompanies such offerings. She's making these offerings more frequently lately, you've noticed, though she hasn't explicitly discussed why. The increased attention to religious observance could mean many things, but it suggests she feels the value of maintaining good standing with divine forces. Cooking smells drift from various houses as families prepare evening meals. You identify the scent of onions being fried, the distinctive aroma of fish stewing with herbs, and the yeasty smell of bread being broken and shared. These familiar scents provide comfort, evidence that daily life continues in its essential patterns regardless of whatever complexities might occupy the realms of kings and merchants. A merchant you recognize walks past, heading toward the better section of town where wealthier families maintain their homes. He carries a roll of papyrus sealed and tied, likely a message or contract requiring personal delivery. His expression seems neutral, giving nothing away about the document's contents or his thoughts about it. Merchants learn to keep their faces unrevealing, preventing observers from reading their concerns or calculating their positions. You notice that the city's evening patrol has already begun their rounds, earlier than usual by a small but noticeable margin. The guards move through the streets in their standard pairs, their presence meant to discourage petty crime and provide visible security. They nod to people they recognize, stop occasionally to exchange words with merchants closing their shops, and generally maintain the relaxed alertness that characterizes routine patrol rather than heightened security. The wine shop at the corner has several customers, men stopping for a cup before heading home. Their conversation flows easily, punctuated by laughter and the sound of cups being refilled. Whatever tensions might exist at higher levels of politics and commerce, ordinary social life continues largely undisturbed. People still want their evening wine, still enjoy companionship, and still need the relaxation that comes from setting aside work and concerns for a brief period. A wedding procession passes along the main street, visible from where you sit. The bride wears traditional garments, her face covered by a veil, as she walks between her family's home and her new husband's household. Musicians play flutes and drums, and people from both families sing traditional songs. Neighbours stop to watch and offer good wishes. Children run alongside the procession for a while before losing interest, and the whole event unfolds according to patterns so ancient that no one knows their origin. Weddings continue regardless of political circumstances, because life continues, and young people form new households regardless of what uncertainties might cloud their elders' thoughts. You see your father approaching along the street, returning from the olive grove where he's been working. His gait shows the fatigue of a full day's physical labour, but he walks steadily, his tools over his shoulder. He stops to greet several neighbours along the way, these brief exchanges of news and pleasantries that maintain social bonds. When he reaches home, he pauses beside where you sit, settling onto the wall with a sigh of relief at being off his feet. Together you watch the sun complete its descent, the sky's colours shifting from bright orange to deeper red, then to purple as true dusk arrives. Neither of you speaks much, content to share the moment without needing conversation. The street gradually empties as people retreat to their homes for evening meals. Lamps begin to glow in windows, creating spots of warm light against the darkening evening. A cat patrols the street with the confident walk of an animal familiar with its territory. It pauses to investigate something near the drainage channel, then continues on its way, uninterested in human activities. A dog barks from somewhere nearby, though whether it is alerting to something or simply expressing general dog opinions remains unclear. Your father eventually rises, indicating it's time to go inside. You follow him through the doorway into your home, where your mother has already laid out the evening meal. The household gathers in its customary way, and the evening proceeds according to familiar patterns. Yet beneath the normality, you sense a quality of attention, a slight increase in how carefully people listen to news, how thoroughly they consider implications, and how they make quiet preparations against possible future need. The evening ends as evenings do, with gradual preparation for sleep. But tonight, as you settle onto your sleeping mat, you find your mind less quick to release the day's observations. You think about the small changes you've noticed, the subtle adjustments in how people behave and what they prioritize. These changes don't indicate crisis exactly, but they suggest awareness that established patterns might shift, that relationships between powers might be evolving in ways that could eventually affect even ordinary households like yours. Sleep eventually arrives, but the day's observations linger at the edge of your consciousness, informing your rest with a quality of watchfulness that wasn't present before. The guard tower stands where it has stood for generations, its stone walls thick enough to shrug off weather and time with minimal degradation. You climb the narrow stairs to relieve the previous watch, your footsteps echoing slightly in the enclosed space. The stairs show wear in their centres, polished smooth by countless feet, making this same climb over decades. Your hand trails along the wall for balance, feeling the cool stone that still holds some of the day's accumulated warmth. You emerge onto the tower's platform as the previous guard, Klytos, gathers his things to descend. He's an older man, steady and experienced, someone you've known your entire life. He gives you a brief report. Nothing unusual observed during his watch. Normal harbour activity visible earlier that ceased with darkness, and lights showing in expected places throughout the city below. His tone conveys routine rather than concern, and his relaxed posture confirms that the evening has been uneventful. The platform provides a view across substantial portions of the city and harbour. The darkness isn't complete. Stars provide enough light to distinguish major features, and various fires and lamps throughout the city create points of reference. The harbour waters reflect starlight in gentle movements, the anchored ships showing as darker shapes against the slightly lighter water. You can make out the main streets below by the occasional lamps that people have hung outside their doors, or by the glow from windows that haven't yet been shuttered for the night. The night air feels pleasant against your skin, cool but not cold. A light breeze moves across the platform carrying scents from the city, wood smoke from cooking fires and hearths, the ever-present salt smell from the harbour, and occasionally a drift of something more specific like baking bread from a household where someone is preparing for an early morning departure or festival. These scents create an olfactory map of the city's nocturnal activities. You settle into position, finding the spot where you prefer to stand for the long hours ahead. The platform has several such positions, each offering slightly different perspectives. You choose one that allows you to watch both the harbour approach and a good portion of the city's northern quarter. Your eyes adjust gradually to the darkness, your night vision strengthening as minutes pass and your pupils dilate fully. The stars overhead show their familiar patterns. You identify constellations that your father taught you when you were young, the same patterns his father taught him. Knowing these stellar arrangements serves practical purposes. They mark time's passage through the night, they indicate seasonal changes, and they provide navigation references for ships. But they also connect you to countless previous generations who watched these same stars and found meaning in their configurations. Sound carries differently at night. Without the day's usual noise, quieter sounds become audible. You hear a dog barking in the distance, the sound reaching you clearly across the intervening space. Somewhere closer, a baby cries briefly before being soothed back to sleep. The harbour water makes small lapping sounds against the quay, a gentle rhythm that provides background to other sounds. Occasionally a night bird calls. Their sounds unfamiliar to you because you spend most nights sleeping rather than listening to their activities. Your watch proceeds in that particular state of relaxed alertness that experienced guards develop. You're not tense or anxious, but neither are you inattentive. Your eyes scan methodically across your area of responsibility, not searching frantically for problems, but maintaining awareness of what exists in your field of vision. This state can be maintained for extended periods without causing exhaustion, a skill learned through practice. Time passes in segments marked by the stars' movement. You judge that perhaps an hour has elapsed since you took position, though you couldn't specify exactly without checking the stars' positions against your mental reference points. The city below has grown quieter, with fewer lit windows visible as families extinguish their lamps and settle into sleep. The darkness deepens in quality, taking on that particular density that comes in the hours well after sunset but before any hint of dawn. Another guard appears on a nearby tower, his silhouette briefly visible against the stars as he takes his own position. You exchange a low whistle, the signal indicating that all is well. He returns the whistle, confirming the same from his sector. This communication happens routinely throughout the night, with guards confirming to each other that the watch continues normally. You think about the city sleeping below you. Thousands of people rest in their homes, trusting that guards like you maintain awareness on their behalf. Children sleep without any understanding that such protection exists, their consciousness entirely focused on their immediate experiences. Adults sleep with varying degrees of awareness that the city maintains defensive systems, though most don't think about it explicitly unless something disrupts the normal pattern. The weight of this responsibility feels neither heavy nor light, but simply present. You're doing what you've been trained to do, what your position requires, and what the city needs. The task doesn't demand heroism or exceptional effort, just consistency and attention. This ordinariness makes it sustainable across long hours and repeated nights. Your mind drifts occasionally to other thoughts while maintaining its watch function. You think about the work waiting tomorrow, about a conversation you had earlier, and about nothing in particular. These thoughts don't interfere with your ability to notice if something unusual occurs. The human mind seems capable of maintaining multiple streams of awareness simultaneously, at least when well practiced in a task. Movement catches your eye in the harbour area. You focus attention there, watching until you identify the movement as a ship adjusting its position slightly on its anchor line. The wind has shifted marginally, and the vessel is swinging to align with the new wind direction. This happens regularly and requires no action from you. You continue watching until you're satisfied that nothing else is occurring, then return to your broader scanning pattern. The moon rises late tonight, appearing above the eastern hills as a waning crescent. Its light, though much reduced from full moon brightness, still provides additional visibility. Features that were barely distinguishable before become clearer in the combined starlight and moonlight. You can now see farther along the coast, make out details in the harbour that were previously obscured, and generally have better vision across your watch area. A cat moves through the street below, its path taking it from one shadow to another as it pursues whatever business cats conduct at night. You watch its progress with idle interest, noting how confidently it moves through territory it obviously knows well. The cat pauses to investigate something near a wall, then continues on its way, indifferent to your observation. The city's night sounds create a gentle background that you're so accustomed to that you'd probably notice more if they stopped than you noticed their continuation. Somewhere a shutter creaks in the breeze. A door closes softly, probably someone making a late trip to their courtyard facilities. The harbour water maintains its quiet rhythm. These sounds form the normal acoustic landscape of night, sounds that indicate routine rather than disturbance. Your watch will continue for several more hours before the next guard arrives to relieve you. The time doesn't weigh on you particularly. You've stood many such watches, and this one proceeds like most others, uneventfully, quietly, a period of sustained attention that serves its purpose by remaining unremarkable. The absence of drama is precisely what successful guard duty looks like. If nothing requires your intervention, your watch has succeeded. You notice the stars have shifted position. marking the passage of perhaps another hour. The night deepens further, that period when most people are in their deepest sleep, when the city reaches its quietest point before beginning the gradual transition toward dawn. Your own alertness remains steady, supported by practice, and the slight edge that comes from being the only waking awareness in your immediate area. The story of Troy's fall exists now in layers of poetry and legend, events transformed by repeated telling until they carry meanings far beyond what happened. But beneath the epic narrative lies something more ordinary and perhaps more instructive. The way complex human systems sometimes fail despite everyone involved making decisions that seem reasonable given their circumstances and understanding. You can trace the accumulated pressures that led to that failure. Economic competition between cities controlling valuable trade routes, honour obligations that required responses, which themselves created new obligations, political alliances that bound parties into positions they might not have chosen freely, religious beliefs that framed decisions as having divine significance, personal relationships that intersected with political calculations in ways that made purely rational choice impossible. Each of these factors operated according to its own logic. The economic pressure to maintain control of profitable routes made sense for cities depending on trade revenues. The honour system that required responding to insults maintained social order most of the time by establishing clear expectations. Alliance obligations created stability by making aggression predictably costly. Religious frameworks provided meaning and community cohesion. Personal bonds between elite individuals could diffuse tensions that might otherwise escalate. But these systems, which usually stabilized relationships and prevented conflict, could under particular circumstances work differently. Economic pressure could make yielding control unthinkable. Honour requirements could generate escalating cycles of response. Alliance obligations could pull reluctant parties into disputes not of their making. Religious certainty could prevent compromise. Personal relationships could introduce emotional elements that complicated calculated decision-making. Troy existed within this web of relationships and systems, neither unique nor exempt from the patterns that shaped all cities in the region. Its prosperity came from the same sources as its eventual vulnerability. The valuable trade position that made it economically important also made it a focus of competition. The honour and reputation its ruling families had built made backing down from challenges politically costly. The alliances it had cultivated brought support but also obligations. The actual events that led to Troy's fall unfolded gradually rather than dramatically. Small decisions accumulated into larger commitments. Positions hardened as investments of resources and reputation made retreat increasingly difficult. What might have been resolved through negotiation or compromise early became impossible to resolve peacefully later, not because anyone necessarily wanted that outcome, but because the logic of the systems involved pushed toward it. You might consider how this pattern appears throughout human history. Conflicts that later seem inevitable often weren't perceived that way by people living through them until quite late in the process. Each step along the way seems manageable. Each decision seems reasonable, given available information and cultural frameworks. Only in retrospect does the progression toward disaster become visible. The people living in Troy before its fall experienced daily life much like yours. They woke and performed morning routines. They worked at their trades and crafts. They raised children and maintained households. They participated in markets and religious festivals. They gossiped with neighbours and worried about ordinary concerns. The grand historical narrative that would eventually define their city held less immediate presence than the practical matters of daily existence. This ordinariness matters when trying to understand what happened. The Trojan War wasn't a clash between heroes and villains, though later stories frame it that way. It was a collision between competing interests and incompatible obligations, played out by ordinary people who found themselves caught in circumstances larger than any individual could control or resolve. The siege itself, if it occurred as traditionally described, represented an enormous logistical challenge for the attacking forces. Maintaining an army away from home for extended periods required solving supply problems, managing internal conflicts among allies with varying interests, and sustaining motivation when quick victory didn't materialize. These practical challenges matter as much as strategic or tactical considerations in determining outcomes. For those inside the city, the experience would have involved gradual adaptation to reduced circumstances. Trade was disrupted by the blockade. Stored supplies are slowly depleting. Normal activities continue in modified form. Social tensions emerged as extended pressure-tested relationships and resources. None of this is necessarily dramatic on any given day, but it accumulates toward a crisis across months or years. The fall, when it came, marked transition rather than ending. People survived and scattered to other places. Some aspects of Troy's culture persisted through these survivors. Trade routes adjusted to the city's diminished status, or eventually bypassed it entirely. Other cities rose to fill whatever role Troy had played. Life continued, as it always does, adapting to new realities. The memory of Troy persisted and grew because the story resonated with recurring human experiences, the tension between honour and practical interest, the challenge of maintaining peace among competing powers, the way personal relationships intersect with political calculations, the difficulty of knowing when to hold firm and when to compromise. These themes remain relevant because they reflect persistent aspects of social existence. Tonight, as you rest, you might find value in considering Troy as an example of human complexity rather than as a moral tale with clear lessons. The people involved weren't particularly evil or good, wise or foolish. They were people navigating difficult circumstances using the frameworks their culture provided, making choices that seemed reasonable given their understanding and obligations. The same systems that usually maintain order and prosperity can, under particular conditions, generate conflict and destruction. Economic competition usually drives beneficial trade but can create unsustainable rivalry. Honor systems usually maintain social expectations but can generate escalating demands for response. Religious frameworks usually provide meaning, but can make compromise feel like betrayal of divine will. Recognizing this complexity doesn't provide simple answers, but it does suggest humility about our ability to prevent similar patterns in our own time. We operate within systems we don't fully control, making decisions based on incomplete information, influenced by cultural frameworks that seem natural but are actually constructed, pursuing goals that sometimes prove incompatible. The archaeological remains of Troy show layers of habitation, each representing periods of building, living, and sometimes destruction. The city existed successfully for many more years than it struggled. Those generations of ordinary prosperity deserve recognition equal to the famous conflict. Building systems that provide security and enable cooperation across decades represents an achievement as significant as any military campaign. The people who lived in Troy before its fall created their city through accumulated daily effort. They built houses and ships. They cultivated fields and tended animals. They wove cloth and shaped bronze. They raised children and taught them skills. They maintained relationships and honoured obligations. This ordinary work sustained the city far more than any dramatic events. When you think about Troy now, you might see it less as a distant myth, and more as an example of human societies everywhere. We build complex systems through cooperation and sustained effort. We navigate relationships that create both support and obligation. We operate within cultural frameworks that shape our understanding of honour, duty, and appropriate behaviour. We make decisions with imperfect information and hope for favourable outcomes. The story's endurance suggests something important about human nature and society. We're drawn to narratives that help us understand our own experiences. Troy's story resonates because it reflects challenges we still face. Managing competition for resources, maintaining peace among different interests, balancing personal relationships with broader obligations, and navigating the tension between principle and pragmatism. Rest now with the understanding that human communities have always faced such challenges. The specifics change, but the underlying patterns persist. Troy's people did their best with the understanding available to them. We do the same, hoping our systems prove adequate to our challenges, but knowing that success is never guaranteed. The night that falls over the Aegean now is the same night that fell when Troy stood vital and busy with trade. The stars maintain their ancient patterns, indifferent to human cities rising and falling below. Within that vast continuity, human efforts represent meaningful episodes of order, cooperation, and shared purpose, even when those efforts eventually fail. Let this perspective bring rest rather than anxiety. You're part of an ongoing human story, connected backward to people in Troy and forward to people who'll live long after you. Each generation faces its challenges, builds what it can, and passes whatever knowledge it's gained to those who follow. Sleep arrives more easily when you recognize that you're not alone in facing uncertainty. Every generation before you navigated similar challenges. Every generation ahead will do the same. The work continues, building, maintaining, adapting, hoping. That continuity matters more than any individual outcome. The lessons from Troy aren't dramatic warnings, but quiet recognitions. Systems require maintenance. Relationships need attention. Challenges emerge gradually before becoming critical. Cooperation achieves more than any individual effort. Ordinariness deserves appreciation. These simple truths persist across all the years since Troy stood and all the years since it fell. Rest beside these ancient patterns tonight, finding comfort in their familiarity and their persistence. The challenges of building and maintaining human communities remain, but so does the capacity to meet those challenges through sustained cooperation and thoughtful navigation of competing interests. That's what the people of Troy attempted, and that's what we attempt still. The story continues in cities everywhere, in markets and harbours, in households and workshops, and in the daily work of ordinary people building the systems that sustain life and create possibility. This ongoing effort represents the real human story, more important than any single city's rise or fall. Close your eyes and settle into sleep, knowing that you're part of this larger story, contributing your effort to systems that will outlast you, connected to people across vast spans of time through the shared challenge of building lives worth living and communities worth maintaining. You're a chef in Victorian England in the year 1872, and your world exists almost entirely underground. The kitchen where you work occupies a warren of rooms beneath a grand London townhouse, connected by narrow corridors that smell perpetually of rendered fat and carbolic soap. Your day begins before the household stirs and ends long after the last dinner plate has been cleared away. The first sound you hear is always the same. A hand rattles the door of your small room on the third floor and a voice calls your name once. No second warning comes. You swing your legs from the narrow iron bedstead and your feet meet cold floorboards that have never known a carpet. 4:45 in the morning. The house above you sleeps in expensive silence. You dress in yesterday's clothes because your Sunday whites hang drying in the scullery. The starch never quite softens in the damp basement air. Your fingers know the buttons by touch. A wool vest. A cotton shirt that bears faint brown stains no amount of scrubbing removes. Heavy trousers that bag at the knee. The white neckerchief comes last, knotted quickly in a way that would horrify your mother if she could see you now. The stairs descend into increasing darkness. Your hand trails the wall because the single candle you carry illuminates only the step directly beneath your feet. Other servants pass you going up. The under-housemaid who empties chamber pots nods without speaking. The hallboy carries a coal scuttle that scrapes against the narrow walls. Everyone moves in the same half-awake shuffle. The kitchen door stands open. You smell it before you see it. Coal smoke and yesterday's roasted meat and the sour tang of the stone sink where hundreds of dishes met their fate. The massive room stretches 30 feet in each direction, with a ceiling so high the shadows never quite leave the corners. Windows sit at street level, their lower panes below ground, letting in only the grey pre-dawn light that manages to filter down. The range dominates everything. 8 feet of black cast iron squats against the far wall like some patient beast. Its multiple ovens and cooking surfaces will consume 200 pounds of coal before the day ends. Right now it radiates only residual warmth from last night's banking. The dampers were closed at midnight to preserve the coals, and your first task involves coaxing those embers back to functional heat. You kneel before the primary firebox and open the heavy door. The metal handle burns even through your calloused palm because the iron remembers yesterday's temperatures. Inside, a bed of orange coals pulses beneath a layer of fine ash. You take up the poker and disturb this sleeping fire gently. Too aggressive and you smother it. Too timid and the fresh coal smothers it anyway. The coal arrives in a brass scuttle that the hall boy filled during the night. You select pieces the size of your fist and place them with the same care a jeweller might use arranging precious stones. The coals hiss at the intrusion. Small flames lick upward. You blow gently across the surface, and the fire answers with a rush of heat that reddens your face. 3 more fireboxes require the same attention. The process takes 20 minutes. Your knees ache from kneeling on the stone floor. Black dust coats your hands and streaks your forearms where you wiped sweat away. The neckerchief you tied so carefully upstairs now hangs askew. The undercook arrives while you work on the 4th firebox. Mrs. Bramwell moves through the kitchen with the assurance of someone who has navigated these spaces for 30 years. She wears black from neck to ankle. Her grey hair pulls so tight beneath her cap that it seems to stretch her face into a permanent expression of mild displeasure. She does not greet you. She surveys the range with narrowed eyes and gives a single nod that means you have performed adequately. Water comes next. The kitchen possesses no running taps. Every drop arrives by bucket from the pump in the scullery yard. You make 6 trips before the massive copper cistern beside the range reaches the fill line Mrs. Bramwell considers adequate. The cistern holds 40 gallons. By day's end it will be empty, and you will refill it twice more. The water begins its slow heat. Coils inside the cistern run alongside the firebox and transfer warmth through convection. The head cook once explained, using words you did not fully understand. You understand only that cold water goes in and eventually hot water comes out, and this constitutes a miracle of modern engineering. Light grows in the high windows. London wakes above you in layers. First the sweeps and dustmen, then the delivery carts, eventually the residents of the grand houses who will never set foot in the space where their food originates. You can track the city's awakening by sound alone. The rattle of iron wheels on cobblestones, the cry of the muffin man, the clop of horses pulling hansoms toward unknown destinations. Mrs. Bramwell sets you to preparing the breakfast room fire while she begins inventory. The breakfast room sits at the far end of the kitchen complex, connected by a corridor lined with shelves holding every size of serving dish. The room exists solely for warming and plating the morning meal before it makes the journey upstairs on wooden trays carried by footmen whose uniforms cost more than you earn in half a year. The breakfast room fire requires different coal, smaller pieces that burn hotter and faster because the morning service moves quickly. You build this fire with the same methodical care, knowing that a smoking grate means delayed breakfast, means the master's displeasure, means Mrs. Bramwell's particular brand of silent fury. The kitchen gradually fills with bodies and purpose. The scullery maid arrives and immediately begins pumping water for the washing up that will continue in waves throughout the day. The pastry cook appears from some private room you have never seen and takes possession of the marble slab where she works her mysterious alchemy with flour and butter. 2 kitchen maids arrive together and begin the endless task of peeling vegetables for meals that will not be served for hours yet. No one speaks unnecessarily. The kitchen operates on a hierarchy as rigid as the military ranks Mrs. Bramwell's late husband once held. You are a chef de partie, responsible for your section of the meal service. Below you sit the commis chefs and kitchen maids. Above you stand the sous chef and the chef de cuisine. Though in a household like this, the roles blur and shift according to who has the most experience with the dish currently under preparation. Mr. Aldrich, the head chef, makes his entrance at 6 o'clock precisely. He descends the same stairs you navigated in darkness, but somehow he arrives looking as though he has just stepped from a painting. His white jacket bears not a single crease. His tall chef's hat sits at an angle that suggests both authority and a certain continental flair he cultivated during 5 years in a Paris restaurant he mentions approximately twice per week. He surveys the kitchen with the expression of a general inspecting possibly mutinous troops. His gaze lingers on the range, on the vegetable preparation station, on you still bearing coal dust despite your attempts to wipe it away. He gives Mrs. Bramwell a slight bow that contains just enough irony to annoy her. Then he claps his hands once, and the day truly begins. The Victorian kitchen operates on rules as old as feudalism itself. Everyone knows their place with the certainty of planets understanding their orbits. You learned this truth during your first week when you made the mistake of reaching for a copper saucepan the sous chef had reserved for sauce preparation. The rebuke arrived swiftly and publicly. You have not made that particular error again. Mr. Aldrich occupies the pinnacle of this small universe. He answers only to the butler, who answers only to the master, who likely could not locate the kitchen without a detailed map and explicit directions. The head chef determines menus. He negotiates with suppliers. He hires and dismisses staff with the wave of one flour-dusted hand. His salary exceeds what some clerks earn in respectable offices, and he dresses for his off hours like a man who intends to be mistaken for someone considerably more prosperous. Below him stands Mrs. Bramwell, the undercook, though her title understates her actual power. She manages the daily operations that Mr. Aldrich considers beneath his continental dignity. She orders the coal. She supervises the cleaning. She maintains the inventory books with entries so precise they could satisfy a bank auditor. When Mr. Aldrich departs for his evening constitutional, Mrs. Bramwell runs the kitchen with an efficiency that makes his elaborate management style look like performance theatre. The sous chef, position currently sits empty after the previous holder departed for a post in a Yorkshire estate. This means you and 2 other chefs de partie compete in an unofficial rivalry that everyone pretends not to notice. Mr. Aldrich watches this competition with the satisfaction of someone who believes tension improves performance. You suspect he deliberately delays hiring a replacement because he enjoys watching 3 competent cooks attempt to outdo each other in increasingly creative ways. Your specific domain covers meat preparation and roasting. Thomas handles fish and seafood. Margaret oversees vegetables and starches. This division seems simple until you attempt to prepare an actual meal, at which point it becomes apparent that nearly every dish requires negotiation across territories. A roasted chicken needs accompaniments. A poached salmon requires sauce. Everything demands timing so precise that a 2-minute delay can render an entire course unserviceable. The kitchen maids occupy a peculiar position in this hierarchy. They perform the heaviest labour but possess the least authority. They haul the coal you burn. They pump the water you use. They scrub the pots you soil. Yet Mr. Aldrich treats them as invisible unless something goes wrong, at which point they become extremely visible targets for his theatrical displeasure. Young Emma arrived 6 months ago from a Shropshire farm. Her hands still bear the rough texture of someone who spent childhood years pulling turnips from frozen ground. She moves through the kitchen with the uncertain gait of a person who expects punishment for crimes she cannot name. Yesterday you showed her the correct way to sharpen knives on the whetstone, and she looked at you as though you had revealed secrets known only to ancient mystery cults. The scullery maid lives in a world apart. She works in a separate room connected to the main kitchen by a doorway that seems designed to remind everyone of boundaries. Her domain consists of 3 deep stone sinks, countless scrubbing brushes, and a seemingly infinite supply of dirty cookware. Bridget has held this position for 8 years. Her hands carry scars from broken crockery and scalding water. She speaks rarely, but possesses encyclopedic knowledge about which pots belong to which cook, and which serving dishes the mistress of the house particularly values. The pastry cook exists in a separate hierarchy altogether. Madame Laurent came from France with references Mr. Aldrich examined as though they were holy texts. She works at her marble slab with tools you do not touch, and ingredients she stores in locked cupboards. Her domain produces the elaborate desserts and breakfast pastries that travel upstairs on special platters. She answers to Mr. Aldrich in theory, but operates in practice as an independent nation, maintaining diplomatic relations. Morning staff meeting occurs at 6:30. Mr. Aldrich stands at the head of the great kitchen table and announces the day's menu as though revealing divine prophecy. Breakfast will feature the usual offerings. Luncheon requires roasted mutton with caper sauce. Dinner demands his attention because the master plans to entertain business associates with the kind of meal that demonstrates prosperity without vulgar ostentation. You listen while mentally calculating the preparation timeline for your portion of this ambitious meal. The mutton needs to come out of cold storage within the hour. The roasting will require 3 hours at carefully managed temperature. The timing must account for resting the meat before carving. Meanwhile, the dinner service demands 2 separate meat courses, which means dividing your attention between simultaneous processes that each require constant monitoring. Mr. Aldrich finishes his pronouncements and departs to his small office, where he maintains menus, accounts, and a private store of cooking brandy he believes no one knows about. Mrs. Bramwell immediately begins issuing the practical instructions that will transform his grand vision into actual food. She assigns tasks with the efficiency of a battlefield commander. Emma will prepare vegetables. Thomas will tackle the fish course. You will handle both mutton and beef. The kitchen settles into its working rhythm. Conversation drops away except for necessary coordination. What's the temperature in the main oven? Have you seen the whisk? Mind your hands, that pot is hot. The sounds become a kind of music you no longer consciously hear. The scrape of knife on cutting board, the hiss of water hitting hot iron, the soft thud of dough being worked on marble. You retrieve the mutton from the cold room that sits partially underground, where winter ice packed in sawdust keeps things at temperatures that would delight modern refrigeration engineers. The joint weighs 12 pounds and carries the slightly gamey smell of sheep that ate upland grass. You bring it to your station and begin the process of preparing it for the roasting pan. First comes trimming. The outer membrane needs removal. Excess fat gets carved away but not discarded, because Mrs. Bramwell maintains strict accounting of kitchen materials, and that fat will eventually render into dripping that has both culinary and economic value. You work with a boning knife that fits your hand like a natural extension. The blade moves in short, controlled strokes that leave meat exposed in clean, smooth surfaces. Margaret watches from her station while ostensibly focusing on turnips. Everyone monitors everyone else's work while pretending total absorption in their own tasks. The kitchen breeds this constant low-level surveillance. You learn techniques by observation. You identify potential disasters before they fully develop. You gather intelligence that might prove useful when the next sous chef position opens. The morning light strengthens in the high windows, but never achieves what anyone would call brightness. The kitchen exists in perpetual state between dawn and dusk. Gas lamps supplement the natural light, their jets producing a steady hiss that adds to the kitchen's background symphony. The heat from the range begins its daily escalation. By noon, the temperature in this underground room will exceed anything a reasonable person would consider comfortable. You season the mutton with salt and pepper. Fresh rosemary from the herb garden gets tucked into small slits cut into the flesh. Garlic cloves follow the same treatment. The preparation seems simple, but requires judgment developed over years of watching meat transform under heat. Too much seasoning and you mask the fundamental quality of the ingredient. Too little, and the dish tastes like an apology. The roasting pan waits. You settle the mutton onto a rack that elevates it above the bottom surface. This allows heat to circulate and fat to drip away rather than letting the joint stew in its own renderings. The pan goes into the oven Mrs. Bramwell has designated for this purpose. The door clangs shut with a sound like a bank vault closing. Now begins the waiting that constitutes the majority of your workday. The mutton will roast for 3 hours. During that time, you will open the oven door every 20 minutes to check progress and baste the surface with accumulated pan juices. This rhythm becomes meditation. The repetitive action frees your mind to wander through territories having nothing to do with meat or heat or service. The Victorian kitchen contains tools that would puzzle modern cooks and delight museum curators. You work with equipment that represents decades or even centuries of incremental improvement. Nothing here emerged fully formed from some inventor's imagination. Each tool evolved through countless small modifications made by cooks who needed better ways to accomplish ancient tasks. The knives deserve first consideration. You own 3 personally, purchased with wages saved over months. A chef's knife with a 10-inch blade for general work, a boning knife for detail tasks, a small paring knife for vegetables and fruit. Each blade requires daily sharpening on the whetstone that lives in the corner near the scullery door. The steel must hold an edge but also possess enough flex to work around bones and through cartilage. Mr. Aldrich owns a collection that numbers 15 knives, each with specific purpose. He guards these implements as though they were family heirlooms, which they essentially are given that several came from his time in Paris. He once spent 20 minutes explaining the proper angle for sharpening a filleting knife while you nodded and tried to absorb information delivered in a mixture of English and French technical terms. The copper pots arranged on shelves above the range represent serious investment. Copper conducts heat with nearly perfect efficiency, allowing precise temperature control that lesser materials cannot match. But copper also requires constant maintenance. The interiors get lined with tin that must be stripped and replaced when it wears thin. The exteriors need polishing to prevent the green oxidation that makes them look like artifacts from archaeological sites. Mrs. Bramwell maintains a rotation schedule for copper pot maintenance. Every week, 2 vessels go to the tinker in Clerkenwell who specialises in kitchen work. Every evening, someone must polish at least 3 pots using a mixture of salt, vinegar and elbow grease that leaves your arms aching. The hierarchy determines who performs this task, and you have risen just high enough to delegate it to kitchen maids, while pretending this represents their educational benefit. The range itself constitutes the kitchen's largest and most complex tool. Understanding its moods and capabilities requires knowledge that comes only through experience. Each oven maintains slightly different temperature characteristics. The left side runs hotter than the right by approximately 20 degrees. The top front burner provides the most intense direct heat. The warming ovens tucked into the upper section work best for dishes that need gentle finishing rather than aggressive cooking. Temperature control happens through damper adjustment and cold management. Open the dampers and airflow increases, bringing higher heat. Close them, and the fire subsides to a sullen glow. Add fresh coal and temperatures spike before settling. Remove spent coals and heat gradually diminishes. You have learned to read the range's behaviour through sound as much as sight. The particular roar that means the fire burns too hot. The quiet ticking that suggests insufficient combustion. A collection of specialised equipment occupies the shelves and cupboards around the kitchen's perimeter. The copper fish kettle long enough to accommodate whole salmon. The battery of graduated saucepans from tiny half-pint vessels to enormous multi-gallon giants. The charlotte moulds and jelly moulds and pudding basins in sizes ranging from individual servings to productions capable of feeding a dozen people. The mechanical tools represent Victorian ingenuity. A clockwork spit turns meat before the fire without requiring constant human attention. A rotary whisk allows egg whites to achieve foam in minutes, rather than the hours required with bundled birch twigs. A tin opener that looks like a medieval weapon makes canned goods accessible without requiring hammer and chisel. Madame Laurent maintains her own specialised arsenal. Pastry cutters in geometric shapes, rolling pins of different weights and lengths, a marble slab that cost more than you earn in 3 months and maintains the cool temperature essential for working butter into dough. She possesses measuring cups and spoons calibrated to precision that would satisfy a chemist, though she rarely uses them, working instead from practiced instinct. The mortar and pestle combination gets daily use. Grinding spices fresh produces flavours that pre-ground powders cannot match. You have spent hours reducing peppercorns to powder, crushing cardamom pods, pulverising cinnamon bark. The repetitive motion becomes meditative after the first 100 strokes. The scents bloom and fill your nostrils with intensity that makes your eyes water. Kitchen thermometers represent relatively recent innovation. Mr. Aldrich owns two, both purchased from a scientific instrument maker in Birmingham. He treats them as objects of near mystical significance, capable of revealing truths that mere human judgment might miss. You have learned to gauge temperature by holding your hand at specific distances from heat sources, a technique Mr. Aldrich considers primitive but which works reliably when thermometers live in locked cupboards. The ice cream churn sits unused 11 months of the year and springs to life during summer when frozen desserts become practical. The machine requires someone to crank its handle for 45 minutes, while ice and rock salt create temperatures that seem to violate natural law. Last August you earned this duty and developed arm muscles that impressed the upstairs footman who occasionally ventures into kitchen territory. Strainers and sieves exist in bewildering variety. Fine mesh for delicate sauces, coarse screens for vegetable stocks. The chinois with its conical shape and superfine weave that produces clarified consommé of crystalline purity. Each strainer has its designated storage location, and using the wrong one for a particular task invites correction from Mrs. Bramwell, or outright scorn from Mr. Aldrich. The roasting racks and trivets allow meat to cook suspended above pan bottoms, ensuring even heat distribution and preventing bottom surfaces from steaming rather than roasting. You own intimate knowledge of which racks fit, which pans, and which trivets stand stable under various weights. This seems like trivial information, until you're juggling 3 different roasts for a dinner service and need to make split-second equipment decisions. Basting spoons and ladles come in graduated sizes. The massive ladle that holds a full pint for serving soups. The delicate version barely larger than a tablespoon for sauce work. The basting spoons with their long handles that protect your hands from oven heat, while allowing precise application of pan drippings to roasting meat. The carving knives represent their own category. Long flexible blades for slicing beef. Shorter, stiffer versions for pork and lamb. The wickedly curved blade specifically designed for separating poultry from bones. Mr. Aldrich performs most carving personally, treating it as performance art that demonstrates his superior technique. You have observed enough to develop your own skill, practiced during family meal when no one cares about presentation. Kitchen scales range from delicate balance beam devices for measuring ounces to massive platform scales capable of weighing 50-pound sacks of flour. Accuracy matters more in pastry work than in cooking, but Mrs. Bramwell insists on weighing everything that enters or leaves inventory. Her record books contain precise figures that would allow her to calculate food costs to the penny if anyone asked. The pot crane swings out from the fireplace that once served as the kitchen's main heat source before the range arrived. Now it functions primarily as backup during periods when the range undergoes maintenance, or during particularly ambitious meal services that require more cooking surfaces than 8 burners can provide. The crane allows pots to hang over open fire at adjustable heights, a system that predates your grandmother and will likely persist long after you're gone. You check the mutton again. The surface has begun to brown. Fat renders from the outer layer and pools in the roasting pan below. The smell combines rendered lamb fat with rosemary and garlic in proportions that make your stomach remind you that breakfast remains hours away. You baste the joint with accumulated drippings and close the oven door. Breakfast in a household of this size and status follows patterns as reliable as tides. The family does not eat together. The master takes his meal in the study at 7:30. The mistress prefers her room at 8. The adult children maintain schedules that place them at the breakfast table anywhere between 7 and 9, depending on social engagements from the previous evening. The breakfast menu never varies except on Sundays when kippers make an appearance. Every morning requires eggs, bacon, sausages, toast in sufficient quantity to build small fortifications, porridge during cold months, fresh fruit arranged artfully on the sideboard, coffee in the silver pot that requires polishing twice weekly, tea in the second best service because the best remains locked in the butler's pantry for occasions when its appearance matters. Egg preparation falls to you this morning because Thomas has devoted himself entirely to preparing the fish course for luncheon. You crack 24 eggs into a massive bowl and whisk them into the scrambled consistency the family prefers. The technique requires constant motion over moderate heat. Too hot and the eggs turn rubbery. Too cool and they remain snotty, which provokes complaints from upstairs that filter down through the butler to Mr. Aldrich to you in increasingly pointed language. The eggs cook in a copper pan that responds instantly to temperature changes. You keep them moving with a wooden spatula, scraping bottom and sides in continuous motion that prevents any portion from setting before the rest reaches appropriate doneness. The mixture transforms from liquid to soft curds in approximately 4 minutes. You remove the pan from heat while the eggs retain slight wetness, because they will continue cooking in their own residual warmth. Bacon comes from a side hanging in the cold room. You slice it yourself because the previous chef who left these preparations to kitchen maids learned that varying thickness produces varying cooking times, which creates chaos during service. Each rasher measures approximately 1/8 inch thick. You lay them in a cast iron skillet that covers 2 burners and allows cooking the entire batch simultaneously. The bacon fat renders and bubbles. The meat sizzles and begins its transformation from flabby white to crisp brown. You flip each piece individually using tongs, searching for the perfect moment when both sides achieve crispness without burning. The smell fills the kitchen and makes everyone's mouth water, despite the fact that servants' breakfast occurred an hour ago and consisted of leftover bread and tea. Sausages rotate slowly in a separate pan. These arrived yesterday from a supplier in Smithfield, who makes them according to Mr. Aldrich's private recipe involving pork, sage, and proportions he refuses to divulge. They need careful attention because the casings split if heat comes too aggressively. You turn them at intervals, coaxing them toward even browning, while preventing the catastrophic rupture that would drain flavourful fat into the pan bottom, where it serves no purpose. Toast production represents a separate operation entirely. Margaret has taken charge of this element, standing at the toasting fork and watching bread brown over the range's open burner. The bread comes sliced yesterday evening because fresh bread tears when cut and produces ragged pieces unsuitable for presentation. Each slice requires careful monitoring. Too light and the bread remains floppy. Too dark and the family complains about bitterness. Butter waits at room temperature in a covered dish. Marmalade sits in a crystal bowl that travelled upstairs yesterday and returns this morning bearing the sticky residue of previous use. Bridget will wash it later, adding one more item to our endless queue of things requiring hot water and scrubbing. The porridge has been bubbling on the back of the range since 5 o'clock, tended by the kitchen maid who drew early duty. The mixture requires only occasional stirring to prevent bottom scorching. Mrs. Bramwell judges doneness by consistency rather than time, looking for the thick texture that she describes as resembling wet plaster, but somehow making this sound appetising. At 7:15, you begin plating. The breakfast room contains chafing dishes heated by spirit lamps that keep food warm without continuing to cook it. You transfer the scrambled eggs into the largest vessel. The bacon gets arranged on a platter in overlapping rows. Sausages occupy their own dish because the master dislikes when breakfast items touch each other. The toast travels upstairs in a covered basket lined with linen that will theoretically retain heat, but primarily serves aesthetic function. The porridge fills a tureen that looks capable of serving soup to a small army. Everything must reach the breakfast room before the footman arrives to carry it upstairs on trays whose silver surfaces require daily polishing by staff you never see. Mr. Aldrich inspects each dish before approving its departure. He lifts covers and peers critically at contents. His expression suggests someone detecting subtle flaws invisible to lesser mortals. He samples nothing, working instead from visual assessment. He once sent back an entire batch of eggs because their colour struck him as insufficiently yellow, a critique you could not address because chickens produce eggs in whatever shade their biology dictates. This morning he nods acceptance. The footman appears precisely on time because the butler maintains standards that would shame military academies. The trays depart upward through the servant stair network that connects basement to ground floor to upper stories without requiring servants to traverse spaces occupied by family. You never see the family eat. You never know if they enjoyed the meal or merely tolerated it. Information travels downward only when something goes wrong. Silence equals success. Praise never reaches kitchen staff because recognising good work might encourage dangerous ideas about worth. The breakfast dishes return within the hour. You can read the meal's story in the remnants. The eggs were consumed completely, which indicates proper seasoning. Most bacon disappeared, but 3 pieces remain, suggesting someone with diminished appetite or vegetarian leanings. The sausages show tooth marks that stopped mid-bite, implying adequate flavour but possibly excessive richness for morning consumption. Bridget receives the dirty dishes with the resigned expression of someone who has accepted that washing up constitutes her entire career trajectory. She scrapes plates into a slop bucket that will eventually feed pigs at a farm outside the city. Nothing goes to waste in a properly run kitchen. Even vegetable peelings find use as animal feed or garden compost. You clean your station while the breakfast dishes circulate through Bridget's 3-sink system. First sink for scraping and initial soak, second sink for hot water and soap, third sink for rinsing. Everything emerges clean but bearing the microscopic scars of thousands of previous washings. The copper develops patina, the china acquires crazing, the silver plate reveals brass beneath in spots where use has worn through. The morning stretches toward midday. The light in the high windows achieves its maximum brightness, which still leaves the kitchen dimmer than any street at noon. You check the mutton again, and judge it approximately halfway to completion. The surface has developed deep brown colour. The meat has begun to shrink as moisture evaporates and proteins contract. Another 90 minutes should bring it to the perfect state of doneness that Mr. Aldrich demands. Family meal occurs at 11. This represents the staff's main eating opportunity and follows protocols as rigid as any upstairs service. Everyone sits at the long kitchen table in order of rank. Mr. Aldrich takes the head position. Mrs. Bramwell sits at the foot. You occupy a middle seat that reflects your intermediate status. The food comes from kitchen surplus, and yesterday's leftovers transformed through creative preparation. Today offers a mutton stew created from trim pieces you removed this morning. Bread that fail to meet presentation standards but tastes identical to the perfect loaves that travelled upstairs. Cheese purchased in quantities that make individual portions nearly free. Tea served in thick earthenware mugs rather than the delicate china used above. Conversation flows more freely during family meal than any other time. People discuss the morning's events. Margaret mentions that she heard the mistress might be planning a dinner party next week. Thomas describes a new fish supplier who claims to receive deliveries direct from Billingsgate each morning. Emma asks a question about yeast behaviour that reveals she has been paying more attention than anyone realised. You eat quickly, but not hastily. The stew provides solid nourishment. Your body requires fuel to maintain energy through the afternoon service and evening preparations. You consume enough to satisfy hunger without filling yourself to the point where working becomes uncomfortable. This calculation has become automatic after years of navigating the balance between adequate nutrition and functional capacity. The meal concludes after 20 minutes. Everyone returns to their stations without requiring instruction. The kitchen moves into its afternoon rhythm with the smooth transition of musicians changing tempo. Preparations for luncheon intensify. Plans for dinner begin taking concrete form. The daily cycle continues. Luncheon represents the midday meal, though in a household of this type the term suggests formality that breakfast lacks. The family gathers at the dining table. Courses arrive in sequence. Standards must be maintained even if the menu seems simple compared to evening service. Today's mutton with caper sauce demands coordination between your meat preparation and the sauce that Thomas produces. The collaboration requires communication despite the unofficial competition between you. Professional standards override personal rivalry when service quality hangs in the balance. The mutton emerges from the oven at noon precisely. The surface gleams with rendered fat. The internal temperature has reached the point where pink juice runs from the flesh when you test with a skewer. You transfer the joint to a resting rack and cover it with foil that will retain heat while allowing steam to escape rather than making the crust soggy. Resting meat represents one of those techniques that seems unnecessary until you observe the consequences of skipping this step. Cut into meat straight from the oven and juices flood out onto the cutting board. Wait 15 minutes and those same juices redistribute through the muscle fibres, staying in the meat, where they belong. The science involves protein behaviour and moisture tension, but the practical result matters more than theoretical understanding. Thomas works at his station preparing caper sauce that will accompany the mutton. His technique involves creating a roux from butter and flour, then gradually incorporating stock while whisking constantly to prevent lumps. The capers get added last, providing sharp, briny counterpoint to rich lamb flavour. He tastes repeatedly, adjusting seasoning with the confidence of someone who has made this sauce hundreds of times. You carve the mutton into thin slices that curl slightly at the edges. The knife must be sharp enough to cut cleanly without tearing meat fibres. Each slice should maintain uniform thickness because variations create uneven portions that offend Mr. Aldrich's sense of order. The slices get arranged on a serving platter in overlapping rows that demonstrate technique while maximising visual appeal. The vegetables that will accompany this course have occupied Margaret for the past hour. Potatoes boiled until tender, then tossed with butter and parsley. Carrots cut into uniform batons and glazed with a mixture of butter and sugar that caramelises slightly during cooking. Green beans that she blanched in boiling water, shocked in ice water to preserve colour, and will reheat in butter at the last moment before service. Timing all these elements to arrive at readiness simultaneously requires coordination that happens partly through explicit communication and partly through the shared awareness that develops among people who work side by side daily. You know without asking when Margaret needs the range burner you've been occupying. She understands without discussion that your carving will take exactly 7 minutes. Thomas recognises that his sauce must hold at warm temperature for the precise interval between completion and service. Mr. Aldrich orchestrates the final plating. He positions himself at the central work table and directs placement with the air of a conductor leading musicians through a complex symphony. The mutton slices go here, the vegetables arrange there. The sauce gets spooned along this edge. Every element receives his critical examination before he allows the plate to proceed. The footman appears and begins the systematic transport upstairs. 3 courses travel on individual trays. The soup that opened the meal has already been served and consumed. Now comes the main course. Dessert waits in the cold room where Madame Laurent has created something involving meringue and raspberry coulis. You observe the plate your work created departing through the doorway that separates kitchen from the realm beyond. For a moment you imagine the family seeing this food, cutting into the meat you prepared, tasting the flavours you developed through seasoning choices. Then the moment passes and you return to reality where servants remain invisible, regardless of skill. The afternoon settles into preparation mode. Dinner service begins at 7:30 and requires dishes of complexity that make luncheon look like casual practice. Mr. Aldrich has planned a 6-course meal designed to impress the master's business associates while demonstrating the household's refined taste. The menu he posted this morning lists soup, fish, meat course, poultry, dessert, and savoury. Each course demands separate preparation. Many elements require advance work that must be completed hours before service. You begin the mental organisation that transforms written menu into practical action plan. The beef for tonight's main course weighs 18 pounds and requires room temperature acclimation before roasting. You retrieve it from cold storage and place it on a marble slab near the range, where passive warmth will gradually raise its temperature. Cooking cold meat produces uneven doneness because the centre remains cool while exterior overcooks. Mrs. Bramwell assigns tasks based on her assessment of everyone's current workload and capability. Emma gets directed toward vegetable preparation for the multiple courses that require garden produce. One of the kitchen maids begins the stocks that will become foundation for sauces. The other starts the laborious process of clarifying consommé through repeated straining and egg white binding. The kitchen fills with purposeful activity that looks chaotic to untrained eyes, but follows patterns as regular as textile weaving. Every cook knows their responsibilities. Every hand reaches for familiar tools. The workspace has been navigated so many times that people avoid collisions through unconscious awareness rather than explicit negotiation. You begin preparing the beef with the same careful attention you gave the mutton. This cut comes from the rib section and features marbling that will render during cooking, creating the rich flavour and tender texture that justify its premium cost. The preparation involves minimal intervention because quality beef requires little beyond salt, pepper and appropriate heat application. The herb crust gets prepared separately. Fresh breadcrumbs mixed with chopped parsley, thyme and rosemary. Butter worked into the mixture until it achieves paste consistency. This coating will be applied to the beef during the final 30 minutes of roasting, creating a savoury crust that contrasts with the tender interior. Thomas works on the fish course, which tonight features Dover sole prepared with brown butter and lemon. The fish arrived this morning packed in ice that has mostly melted into water, requiring periodic draining. He fillets them with precision that removes every bone while preserving maximum flesh. The technique requires knife skills developed over years and maintained through constant practice. Margaret assembles components for the vegetable courses: asparagus that will be briefly boiled and served with hollandaise, potatoes that will be formed into croquettes, breaded and fried to golden perfection, a salad of forced cucumbers and hothouse tomatoes dressed with vinegar and oil in proportions Mr. Aldrich considers optimal. Madame Laurent works in her separate sphere, creating the dessert that will conclude the meal. You glimpse her occasionally through the doorway that separates her pastry kitchen from the main cooking area. She moves with the fluid certainty of someone engaged in work they have perfected through obsessive repetition. The dessert involves layers of Genoese, pastry cream, and candied fruit assembled into an architectural creation that seems too elaborate to eat. The heat in the kitchen climbs toward oppressive. The range radiates warmth that combines with steam from multiple pots to create atmosphere resembling a tropical conservatory. Everyone's face shines with sweat. The white jackets and aprons show dark patches where moisture is soaked through. You drink water from the cup you refill periodically at the cistern, knowing that dehydration leads to mistakes. Time moves in strange ways during afternoon preparation. Minutes crawl when you're waiting for water to boil or ovens to reach temperature. Hours vanish when you become absorbed in detail work that demands complete attention. You glance at the clock and discover that 3 hours have passed while you were focused on tasks that felt like they required 30 minutes. The beef goes into the oven at 5 o'clock. The roasting will take 2 hours plus resting time, bringing it to readiness precisely when service begins. You set a mental timer based on experience rather than mechanical devices. Your internal clock has learned to track cooking intervals with accuracy that occasionally surprises even you. Evening service transforms the kitchen from workspace into theatre. The casual efficiency of daytime operations gives way to heightened tension, where every action carries weight. Mistakes during breakfast might provoke mild irritation. Errors during dinner service before important guests create consequences that ripple through the entire household hierarchy. Mr. Aldrich changes into his finest chef's whites for evening service. The jacket appears freshly laundered despite having seen use earlier in the day. His tall chef's hat sits perfectly centred. He is transformed from morning manager into evening performer, and everyone feels the shift in atmosphere. The first course begins preparation at 6 o'clock. Clear consommé that Emma has been working on all afternoon finally achieves the crystalline clarity that Mr. Aldrich demands. The soup gets poured into a heated tureen that will maintain temperature during its journey upstairs. Thin slices of lemon float on the surface. Fresh chervil provides the single garnish that Mr. Aldrich considers appropriate. You monitor the beef while simultaneously preparing the vegetables that will accompany it. The roasting pan contains accumulated drippings that will become the base for sauce. You skim fat from the surface and add stock to the remaining fond, scraping bottom to incorporate brown bits that carry concentrated flavour. The liquid reduces while you work on other tasks, transforming into the glossy sauce that will coat serving pieces. Thomas plates the Dover sole with movements that look effortless but reflect years of practice. The fillets get arranged on warm plates. Brown butter drizzles across the surface in patterns that suggest careful attention without fussy over-elaboration. Lemon segments provide acid counterpoint. A scatter of fresh herbs adds colour contrast. The footman appears every 15 minutes to transport completed courses upstairs. He moves with the smooth efficiency of someone who has perfected the choreography of formal service. The trays he carries contain food that represents hours of preparation, but will be consumed in minutes by people who likely take its presence for granted. Margaret's vegetables reach completion in carefully timed sequence. The asparagus gets blanched until tender crisp, then shocked in ice water, before final reheating in butter. The potato croquettes emerge from hot oil golden and crisp, their exteriors providing textural contrast to creamy interiors. Everything receives final seasoning adjustments before plating. The beef reaches optimal internal temperature at 720. You remove it from the oven and transfer it to the resting rack. The herb crust has formed a savoury coating that crackles slightly when you test it with your finger. Fat pools in the roasting pan below, evidence of the extensive marbling that made this cut expensive. Carving begins after 15 minutes of rest. The knife slides through meat that offers just enough resistance to confirm proper doneness, while yielding easily enough to prove tenderness. Each slice reveals the pink interior that indicates medium rare preparation. You arrange the pieces on a heated serving platter, each portion calculated to provide exactly the amount one guest should receive. The sauce gets strained through cheesecloth to remove any particles that might mar its smooth consistency. Mrs. Bramwell tastes it and nods approval, which represents the highest compliment she offers regarding anything. The sauce goes into a silver boat that will travel upstairs alongside the beef. Mr. Aldrich inspects the complete presentation before allowing service. He examines the meat slicing for uniformity, studies the vegetable arrangement for aesthetic balance, tastes the sauce and makes a minor adjustment by adding 3 grains of salt that you doubt actually change anything but which satisfy his need to demonstrate authority. He signals approval with a slight bow toward you that acknowledges competent work without excessive praise. The poultry course follows 20 minutes later. Roasted duck that you prepared while managing the beef, because apparently you possess unlimited capacity for simultaneous tasks. The duck required different treatment than beef or lamb. The fat layer needed scoring to help it render. The cavity got stuffed with aromatics that perfume the meat from within. The roasting happened at higher temperature to crisp the skin while cooking the flesh to doneness that Mr. Aldrich describes as precisely between underdone and overcooked, a target so specific it borders on mythical. You carve the duck with different technique than beef. The legs separate at the joints. The breast meat gets sliced thin on the bias. The wings remain attached to the carcass because they contain minimal meat worth serving. Each element gets plated with the same attention to presentation that governed the earlier courses. Orange sauce accompanies the duck created by Thomas using techniques he learned from a chef who once worked at the Savoy. The sauce involves reduced orange juice, stock, vinegar and sugar, balanced to create sweet acid counterpoint to rich duck meat. He has been tending this sauce for 90 minutes, adjusting and tasting until it achieves the precise flavour profile he envisions. The kitchen operates now at maximum intensity. Every surface holds something in various stages of preparation or cooking. Every cook moves with purposeful haste that stops just short of panic. The sounds reach a crescendo of sizzling, bubbling, clanging that somehow remains organised rather than descending into chaos. Madame Laurent's dessert makes its appearance during a brief lull between courses. The construction towers, 8 inches high, and features architectural complexity that seems to defy gravity. Layers of sponge cake alternate with pastry cream. Candied violets provide purple accents. The whole creation gets dusted with powdered sugar that drifts onto the plate surface like fresh snow. The savoury course arrives last before dessert, following traditional meal structure that modern diners might find peculiar. Welsh rarebit prepared by Margaret using cheese, beer, mustard, and bread toasted to precise brownness. This course serves as palate cleanser and bridge between rich meat courses and sweet dessert. The portions are small because guests have already consumed substantial quantities of food. Service concludes at 9:30. The footman makes his final trip upstairs carrying the coffee service that marks official meal completion. The kitchen exhales collectively as tension releases, and everyone realises they survived another dinner service without catastrophic failure. The dirty dishes begin their return journey. Bridget receives them with the stoic acceptance that characterises her entire approach to work. The washing up will continue for hours, extending her day well beyond when everyone else has escaped to rooms upstairs. You have offered to help in the past, but she refuses assistance with a pride that suggests she considers the work her domain, and outside interference unwelcome. The kitchen after service feels like a battlefield after combat. Evidence of the evening's work covers every surface. Pots await cleaning, cutting boards need scrubbing. The range must be banked for the night. The floor requires sweeping and mopping. The list of closing tasks seems endless, yet everyone moves through it with the mechanical efficiency of people who have performed these actions countless times. You clean your station first. The cutting board gets scraped and washed with hot water and soap. The knives receive individual attention, washed and dried before returning to their storage block. The counter surfaces get wiped down with a cloth dampened in vinegar water that cuts through accumulated grease. Mr. Aldrich disappears shortly after service concludes. His presence is required for cooking and plating, but cleanup exists beneath his dignity. He departs to his private quarters carrying the satisfaction of another successful service, and leaving the practical work to those he considers hired for exactly this purpose. Mrs. Bramwell supervises the closing routine with the same attention she applies to every other aspect of kitchen operation. She checks that fires get properly banked, verifies that cold storage items return to appropriate locations, ensures that the flour bins get sealed against mice that constantly seek entry despite the kitchen cat's best efforts. The range requires special attention before day's end. The fires must be damped but not extinguished, because rebuilding them tomorrow morning would add 30 minutes to start-up time. You shovel out the spent coals from each firebox and replace them with fresh fuel. The dampers get adjusted to maintain minimal airflow. By morning the coals will have reduced to beds of embers ready to accept fresh fuel. The kitchen staff gradually departs as individual tasks reach completion. Margaret finishes first because her vegetables required less intensive cleanup than meat or fish. Emma follows after completing the vegetable prep for tomorrow's breakfast. Thomas lingers longest because fish work creates particular cleaning challenges involving smell removal and thorough sanitisation. You remain after most others have gone, partly from dedication and partly from reluctance to immediately climb the stairs to your small room where nothing awaits except a narrow bed and the prospect of 6 hours sleep before the cycle begins again. The kitchen holds a different character in these quiet moments. The The cooking sounds have ceased. The heat has begun its slow dissipation. The space feels almost peaceful. Bridget works at her sinks in the scullery, visible through the connecting doorway. Her hands move through water that must be painfully hot, scrubbing at pots that resisted earlier cleaning attempts. She shows no indication of hurry or frustration. The work proceeds at steady pace that will continue until every item achieves cleanliness that satisfies her standards. You join her eventually, taking up a scrubbing brush and attacking a roasting pan that bears the carbonized remains of rendered fat. She glances up briefly, nods acknowledgement, and returns to her own work. No conversation passes between you because none is needed. The shared labour creates its own communication. The pen yields to persistent scrubbing. The burned material gradually loosens and washes away, revealing the copper beneath. Your arms ache from the repetitive motion, but you continue until the surface gleams. Satisfaction comes from completing tasks thoroughly rather than quickly. The kitchen clock shows 11:30. The workday has extended beyond 15 hours. Your feet hurt. Your back carries the accumulated strain of constant standing and bending. Tomorrow will bring identical demands. The day after that will match tomorrow. This represents the reality of kitchen work in a Victorian household where mechanisation remains limited and labour remains cheap. Bridget finishes the last pot and pulls the plug that drains the final sink. Water swirls away, carrying soap suds and food particles toward pipes that eventually empty into the Thames, adding kitchen waste to the countless other contributions from London's millions of residents. She dries her hands on a towel that looks like it might have been white several years ago. You climb the stairs together in silence. The house above has settled into sleep. The gas lamps have been extinguished except for a single light left burning in the main hall for late arrivals. Your paths diverge at the third-floor landing. She continues upward to the attic rooms where female servants sleep in dormitory-style arrangements. You turn toward the narrow corridor leading to your small private room. The room contains a bed, a chair, a small table, and hooks on the wall for hanging clothes. A window looks out on the alley behind the house, where dustbins wait for tomorrow's collection. The space measures perhaps 8 feet by 10 feet. It constitutes luxury compared to the shared rooms occupied by junior staff. You remove your kitchen clothes and hang them on hooks where they will air out overnight. The white jacket shows stains that no amount of washing will remove. The trousers carry similar marks of service. Tomorrow you will wear them again and add new stains to the existing collection. Sleep comes quickly despite physical discomfort. Your body has learned to transition rapidly from activity to rest, because the opportunity for sleep remains too precious to waste on gradual settling. Dreams arrive, but you will not remember them. The unconscious hours pass and morning comes with its rattling door and single call of your name. The cycle begins again. Tomorrow you will wake before dawn and descend into the kitchen darkness. You will light fires and haul water and prepare food for people who will never know your name. This represents the hidden machinery that makes Victorian elegance possible. The invisible work that transforms raw ingredients into refined meals. The daily labour that supports a system built on rigid hierarchy and unequal distribution of comfort. Your hands have learned skills that will sustain you through decades of service. Your mind has absorbed knowledge that separates competent cooks from exceptional ones. You exist in a world that values you for production rather than personhood, yet you find satisfaction in work done well regardless of recognition. The kitchen below stairs represents its own small universe, with rules and relationships that mirror the larger society while maintaining distinct character. Here, competence matters more than birth. Skill creates advancement opportunities that bloodline cannot match. The hierarchy remains strict but allows movement for those willing to work. As you settle into sleep, my tired potatoes, remember that history consists largely of ordinary people performing daily work that makes civilization possible. The Victorian chef exists as one small example among millions. The work continues, the cycle persists. And somewhere in London tonight, another cook climbs stairs toward a few hours of rest before morning calls again.